grand final this afternoon. Here are the 8 survivors who have got this far. R.Eaton against K.Humphries, the youngster D.Price against the tournament favourite B.Duncan, who is 7-4 to lift the Waterloo this morning. K.Wainwright, he plays against Ian Rigby, and D.Slater against Peter Fielding. Now, Mike Leach and the former Waterloo champion, Noel Burrows, have been here all week commentating on the event. And Noel, I think it's safe to say that 1989 will go down as one of the best tournaments in recent years. We've had some fantastic sport.
Yes, the standard of play has been exceptional this year. Every credit to all the players, the pressure that they're under, and they've produced some marvellous matches.
Mike, it's a shame that the weather has turned a little inclement, but so far no sign of the water splash final repeating itself from '76.
No, it'll have to pour down all day for it to be anything like that, but it's certainly going to affect the running of the green, and the woods, of course, will be picking up grass now.
I wonder whether there is any superstition creeping in, because we've just been talking. Monday all the left-handers went out. Yesterday everyone in yellow, they qualified. I wonder if there's any superstition out there on the green now.
Yes, there's not much left, of course, now for them to worry about, though some of them will be wearing the same colour as yesterday, and they may well feel that that's significant. Monday was exceptional for all left-handers to lose in one day.
Let's have a look then at the quarter-final lineup. Here it is. R.Eaton against K.Humphries kicks us off. D.Price and B.Duncan. Then we have K.Wainwright against Ian Rigby, and last but by no means least, D.Slater and Peter Fielding. Now then, Eaton against Humphries to start us off. Could be an interesting match this, because Eaton losing to B.Duncan in the 1987 final. There he is, he's 26, from the Good Companions Union Club, his home chapel. 2 good wins earlier this week, and the best match of the day yesterday, Roy Armson 21-20. K.Humphries, 45, from the Rakes Hotel in Blackpool, from Kirkham, beating Ken Strutt and the former champion Tommy Johnson. So we could have a cracking match to kick us off this morning, and indeed waiting out on a slightly damp green, the 2 players waiting for the toss. So Mike Leach will leave us and join Harry Rigby in the commentary box.
Well, this is the start of the final stages of this great Waterloo handicap, and here we've got 2 of the quarter finalists. A lad here who's had quite a few bob out of this tournament in the past. R.Eaton from Holmes Chapel in Cheshire. Got a tremendous backing here in the green. A terrific match yesterday with Roy Armson. Just got up on the post to book his place here this morning. There's K.Humphries, local lad, Fleetwood winner, and played some really good stuff yesterday and got rid of a hot pot Tommy Johnson. Eaton stands 1, started off really well, young R.Eaton. Just curl round for another. Even though it's raining here at the Waterloo, the green is in wonderful condition. A bit of a chance, he can hit the ball hard enough. It fell backwards, may not be on yet. Steward's inquiry, everybody's having a look. Just did it enough there, K.Humphries, and that was a good ball, because R.Eaton played 2 good woods there. Just worth noting here that K.Humphries in yellow there, setting the mark, but he's on the top handicap of 5, and R.Eaton, by reason of previous success in this event, is on 4. The game is 21 up. Clear running, it's got some sort of a chance. And half ball. K.Humphries pleased to know that he survived the first collision there. He's still on, looking for another. Beautiful road, it's just a little bit too far. Chances. That's won it from the applause. A good ball there from R.Eaton. Good morning, Michael. Nice to see you. Top of your form today. Have you got one of your local lads here, K.Humphries?
Yes, morning, Harry. These two both had very dramatic games yesterday. Not sure either of them will survive another game like that with everything intact. It was unbelievable yesterday morning, the tension in both these games.
Just a big yard shot, beautiful road. Humphries sent one here, this has gone in. Gone in this, good ball.
You can see from the running, the water on the green so far hasn't affected the pace of the green. Won't do immediately, but it may seep in later.
Gets another. Double to Humphries.
Already a packed crowd here. Anxious not to miss any moments of the day's bowling.
Beautiful shot there of the crowd, all nicely packed in. The rain doesn't put these people off. The best critics in the game. Variance of opinion, but they'll all thoroughly enjoy what's going on here today. So the umbrellas have disappeared now and the Macintosh collars are already being turned down. Somebody's turned the tap off. Blackpool's liquid sunshine for the moment has disappeared.
Probably just given up that bowl. Yes, Terry Ashcroft, the referee, refereed all the final stages, has indicated that K.Humphries bowls in. There's danger though in reaching up, giving it plenty of land to make sure he didn't hit the short bowl. Might get one with a perfect length.
Well, he found one there, R.Eaton. Needed it because Humphries has made a good start. It was 8-5 in front now, but Eaton just nicked a single there. with a good last wood.
Already both players struck a length. Looks like being another absolute high-quality game, this. R.Eaton, the first one to change really the length of the game. They've been playing 40-odd yards so far. Cut it down now to about 30 yards.
Fair lead. Got to run. Run could finish up a really good ball, this. Just turned its nose up. Could well be second. Terry Ashcroft hurrying over, yes, confirms that the ball just below the jack is the counting wood. That from R.Eaton. Pace is nice. Touches the jack, will make 2 reelings. Oh.
K.Humphries coming to have a look now to see how much room he's got. He'll want to play through at those. The question is whether or not his own wood is now in the way. As you can see, he can just get round it. If he plays thumb peg, round peg at pace, he could take both those woods out. That's the ball he's trying to play. He's very close.
Unlucky. Very unlucky. Takes the jack full, he certainly counts. Instead of that, he's caught it half ball, shunted it away to the left, and left R.Eaton with a double to level the match.
Very well played end again. A lot of the players who've played R.Eaton have found his delivery quite difficult to follow. He's not perhaps what you'd call a classical delivery. Uses it very effectively. Almost round arm with his delivery, just at the point of delivery. Goes out and then comes through straight.
Tap the ball now. Just run into the back of that wood, but it's not altered the situation. K.Humphries just deliberating, making sure he doesn't make any mistakes.
They had a good view of K.Humphries. Very compact delivery, very precise. Well played wood. Played on that ball. Looks like he's made 2. Exchange of words between the players. In a friendly way. I think comparing the luck that they'd had at the last couple of ends.
Now extending the lines of communication between him and the jack. Now gone about 40-odd yards at least, maybe a little bit more. Lives at Ree Green at Kirkham and has led a very, very good wood indeed. Certainly not short. It's going to get up. This could be a really good ball at the finish. If it runs clear, it could win this. May have won it. Anxious looking back there, but no, he's just failed to push that yellow ball out on the left. It's a great ball, but
Ken coming up to have a look. Two absolutely brilliant bowls on the mark. K.Humphries would really expect his lead to count, and now R.Eaton's moved it out of the way. Although R.Eaton's not in, he's improved his chances of counting the end. Can't see any way that K.Humphries can play up for another now. Now he's played it deliberately short, trying to block up the play-through wood that he anticipates will come from R.Eaton. We'll have an opportunity to see this style. Out he goes and then back across himself. He's played the same peg, played through, played into them. What a brilliant bowl that was.
Yes, that must certainly go down as one of the star bowls of the tournament so far for me. He's come a long, long way. Had to play at a difficult end right from the beginning. Almost counted his first and then left with an even more difficult task with his second. He sat out the counting ball belonging to K.Humphries. Absolutely wonderful wood, that.
Measures coming on the green now. Same two, Eric Garth, Peter Lawrenson. Measuring the yellow bowl first, which is K.Humphries.
We're on here. Yeah.
Now, can they touch both here?
On.
Well, to mention that Peter Lawrenson, the measurer, the one with the cap, has he been capped for measuring? Loves these about 35-yarders and very, very effective on these marks. And there's the lead. Bang in front of the jack. This is the man that's been beating good balls all through the tournament and done it. Well, that's unlucky. Just got a side kiss there and fell away onto the left side and just went out.
K.Humphries won't be too despondent though. He's opened it up, given himself a chance with his second bowl. This time it's R.Eaton who has to play a cautious bowl with his second. Trying to count one, but trying not to widen the target. Ken wants to know if it's one or two.
Waiting for the news.
Like it, isn't it?
Humphries.
Yeah, looks like two, Ken.
Gets the worst news he wanted. He's very likely two down.
Pardon?
Now he wants to know how far off they are.
Searching, Ken.
He wanted to hear that there was only one, then he could have played through with confidence. Now he's more likely to be playing something resembling a length. Yes, an example there of the player being in two minds. He knew the wood he wanted to play. He wanted to play with a bit more pace, to run the jack through. But when he was told he was probably two down, it gave him pause for thought.
Peg them. Yeah. Pegs, please.
We saw yesterday K.Humphries in an incident when he was told that Tommy Johnston was in, and Ken queried it, and it transpired that Ken himself was in.
On here, Terry. Yeah. On. Yeah. Eaton, two.
Yes, right again there. The referee giving the right advice. Eaton coming out of that end with a double. K.Humphries Played his last ball a little bit on the wayward side, just off the road on the top side, perhaps, as you said, Mike, copped in two minds there. Did one thing and thought another. Now Eaton back on these marks. Very, very effective over this distance. Never plays them a long way off. There's the first one just arriving.
You could see from that although it's now dry, the Jack and Woods are still picking up grass from the green where it's been cut. Makes it difficult to grip the bowls. Both players wiping the woods either with the hand or Robert has a rag.
Again, better road. Better road, another good ball coming here. Certainly get another this. Stands two. Not a particularly difficult mark, but it'll be smack on the road. He looks a bit on the top side again. The crowd already written this ball off. It's climbing away to the right. Never on the track. Two more to Robbie.
They're a cruel crowd, aren't they, Harry, here? K.Humphries plays a ball, he's trying to play through, and as soon as he's sent it, all the people who've backed Robert Eaton are cheering that it's going to miss.
Yeah, well, that's the way of the world, Mike. If they've all paid the coppers and they takes the choice, you know, they'll be cheering the other way around in a minute if Humphries digs one out.
Yes, there you see, still plenty of grass on the Jack.
A bit on the top side, that it's starting to, and you drift back to the Jack a little bit there. Against the peg when it's stopping. As high as he dare be. Pace might keep it up in the air. Can't miss the short ball.
Oh.
Hit it and glanced away. Improved Eaton's lead now. Sat it down right in front of the Jack. Simply loves this green, this Robert Eaton, Mike. This is the third time he's been in the final day. He's been in the final, in the quarter-final, and now he's just three in front in this match. Humphries now got to find a really good ball here. Might drift in the bottom. Takes it fully, might count. Unlucky.
Eaton, whoa.
Yes, he was unlucky there, Ken.
Well, there's the future contestants. We'll see there's K.Wainwright from Warrington and the young man from Wales, 22 years of age in the middle. And Ian Rigby. The lad in the middle there from Wales. Few problems pronouncing where he came from. It is nice. I had a talk to him. It's called Sugden. We keep saying Mould. It's the easy way out, Mike. Can't pronounce those Welsh names. They're so lovely and all. I even went to the wrong place when I joined the Navy. Short. Again, this will do the trick. Get another. Yes, definitely two. Both the balls on the bottom left of your screen there belonging to Rob Eaton. But this one's got some sort of a chance. Got to peg a bit now to win, but it'll certainly save. A dead lang.
Eaton, whoa.
Rob Eaton counting just the single.
He's putting K.Humphries now under a lot of pressure. 15-10 from 10-9 down. Had a run of 6. played really well. Playing straight peg along the same mark, under the crown, almost exactly straight across. But just with his slight difference in delivery, he's sending them more down the green. It's just a bit difficult for Ken just to adjust to get on the land.
Another cracking lead. Gets it, as you say, he brings it across almost from the right and the left and then straightens it up at the last second. Done it. Gone out missing.
Well, he was due to hit right, Harry. He's had a bit of bad luck up there last time. But he could find that Robert beats that.
Good ball. Just made the adjustment. And he's got to play the same ball again here, Humphries. Daren't run the jack through too far. High enough. And drop a little bit, he'll just catch it. Gone now. Always a sign at this game, Mike, isn't it, when a lad's bang on form and happy on the mark, finding good second balls. You know, he got beat there, his lead was beaten, Humphries did nothing wrong, and yet he comes again with the good second wood. And
the thing was, Harry, he looked confident that he would do. There was no hesitation. He played confidently that he'd beat Ken's wood, even though it was only about 18 inches behind the jack. Just some difference in pace on this mark as well, of course. Coming this way, it's uphill. He's overcompensated this time. Now Ken Humphries really needs to get in here. Very important to break this run. But there you see the difficulty that he's having, just getting the exact land.
again, strokes it out. Smack on the road, this ball. It's going to work a little bit towards the right now. Coming to the jack. A little bit of a right turn there. Over it goes. Perfect ball.
Ken's asking.
Certainly got a big target here. He's asking if there's two.
And he's told again there's two. He must be sick to death of hearing that. Now, the crowd think he's over the top again. How much? He's still going to be two down, though, even after he's hit the jack.
Again, that's the way it goes in this game. The rubs have really gone the other way, but we can't take anything away. Here was the ball played, comes now, looks to be smack on the road into the end, but right at the last minute just cocks in the air, flicks the jack, runs out and leaves R.Eaton a double. He is a farmer, but he's milking this bit of a patch on the green. He played well. Won it. Oh, the crowd really giving that the hands together because they know that Humphries has had a bit of a rough time on this mark, and this lad's likely to take that out. He's nearly done it. Just on the top side. Gone.
That's 8 inches behind the jack. 8 inches at the back. You're dead level.
A lot of danger here for Ken. He needs the points badly, but he daren't risk knocking Robert in. He's likely just to play it short. Run after it. He'd already indicated to the crowd he hadn't tried with it.
Humphries, well.
Well, Mike, for a few of the games we've seen over the last few days, there's been some tremendous fight backs and tight finishes, and there's the stage set for another one now because Humphries is in all sorts of trouble here.
Well, he is, but we've seen it before that the change of length can affect the player who's been playing well on short lengths. Ken obviously must go for corners, but he's going to need to lead well. He'll be happy enough with this to start. Well, Robert's certainly given it a chance. Reached just over the top and out.
Well, Humphries here fighting for his very life. Place in the semi-final at stake. 7 chalks in arrears in a game, 21 up. Lies a very good ball here. Not going to count another.
Nobody's blocked the road. Very difficult, as you could see, for Robert to get in the same peg. He's looking long and hard at the land to see whether or not he can get past. I think he'll struggle. I think he's going to have to change his peg. Well, he's changed it in his hand. Yep, he's made up his mind he must go round peg with pace. Try and cut the ball out or take the jack. That was a very well played bowl.
Humphries! 1.
So 12-18. Now, will he go for the other corner? I think he must.
Yes, long trip this time.
Perhaps not as far as he should have gone, Harry.
Well, he knows that he's just suffered rather badly with Eaton's close played spell on this short mark, about 28 yards, so perhaps he thinks his future in this handicap lies going a long way, and he's played a fair ball. Looks a long way off the jack, but it's not an easy mark to play. One here doing the trip, could go on the card there, so if it can stop. Still coming, could go a bit yet. It's not stopped yet, the run down there, that's nearly gone for me. Looks to be the first, but I don't think it is.
Ken not asked. He knows it doesn't affect the wood he has to play. He has to play up. Beats his own, he's certain to be counting.
Played one. Good in this.
That's a good ball under pressure. He's shown himself capable of playing under the severest pressure. He's been sorely tested to get this far.
This ball's a chance. Chance, if it pegs hard enough, it can nearly win it, this.
Might knock Ken another. Oh. Knocked him another now, if he wasn't in already.
Looks like 2.
Ken not certain. It'll look better when his first wood goes out. Now.
Probably just that.
Terry Ashcroft thinks it's 2. Robert calls for pegs.
Just like yours, Ken.
On.
Measuring Ken Humphries' bowl first.
On.
Humphries, 2.
Terry Ashcroft correct. 14-18 now.
This game looks like following the same pattern that Eaton had against Roy Armson. Again, coming from a mile behind Armson, put Eaton in all kinds of trouble and finally the young man got out at the finish. Here we've got a similar situation developing.
Yes, it's remarkable that it was 18-9 against Roy Armstrong and finished 21-20. This has been 18-10. But what a good lead K.Humphries has made here. Brilliant bowl. Finger peg mark. This has a chance. It's on good land.
Oh. Wonderful, wonderful, absolutely marvellous, inch perfect ball.
That's an extraordinary wood. Now what can Ken do about this?
He could buy an axe and rush up and chop it in half. That's what he'll feel like doing. It's got to be smack on the road. Another one, got to be inch perfect. This would be a remarkable end if he picks the jack up. Just gone. For another. Don't tell me he's got a double there. A smile there from Robert. Very unassuming young fellow. Having a look. K.Humphries can't believe this. He's giving him a double. Would you believe that? Oh, that must be the best two balls played so far. Terrific. Well, Humphries, if he goes out now, can certainly claim to have gone out to a remarkable young man. Played balls there out of this world. And how's that for game? Only wants that one. If he counts it, there's a place in the semi-final. That's nearly won it. That's some sort of a chance, that. It's drawn it, that. There's the balls. One in the middle, there's the counting ball. And R.Eaton now got to do the miracle trick all over again. Either hit the side ball. He's done it. Oh, really? Remarkable stuff. What a brilliant display he's given this morning, this young man. Let's not forget Humphries. Still got a wood to send. And the way things have been happening here, it beats anything, these two. Fair enough. He struck at the end. He wants a good smack. Done the jack. Oh! What a ball. Absolutely remarkable end. Well, he's in all sorts of trouble. He's out of the sweep. Bang! And shunts the jack to his other wood and counts a double. What a remarkable end that. 4 remarkable balls. Well, it would be nice to hear these two after the match talk about why one of them lost. I think they'd be lost for words. They're not everything absolutely right. Well, that's a very good wood, but it's not likely to count the way these two are playing. There's Humphries, hanging on by his fingernails. Here's the man that keeps digging balls out of the hat. It's nearly won it, this. It's nearly won it. Runs a little bit farther, it could go in, but it's just died.
You've got to knock it about 8 inches, Ken.
He wants to know the dangers.
Yeah, if you knock it 8 inches, you'll be down.
That's Kevin Ashcroft, the referee, and he tells him, whatever you do, don't touch the front ball. There's the ball on the right, belonging to R.Eaton. If he can promote that, he's into the semi-final. This lad's turned his peg round and played another good ball here. This has turned out into a terrific game after almost looking like a one-horse race as Eaton went away, but he's put a yard in this. Put a yard in this ball. This can peg. It's nearly won it. They're going to shake hands. He's finished the match off in the same remarkable manner. And Humphries there, very sportingly. That has been a terrific match. The crowd giving it the full treatment there with the applause, because they've just seen about 3 or 4 remarkable ends played, and there's the winner. R.Eaton winning 21-16.
Well, no wonder he's smiling, and absolutely Duncan. There's Darrell's details. Again, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce his home or his club, but he comes from Clwyd in Wales and coming through with 2 good victories. And here's the maestro, Brian Duncan, 45. I'll try this one, the Railway Hotel from Lostock Hall. Thompson and Leach going out against Brian Duncan. So Brian Duncan and Darrell Price tossing for who leads. Shake of the hands. Noel Burrows is in the commentary box now with Harry Rigby.
Well, here's the man. #1 champion at Crown Green Bowls, already way behind in the handicap. And there's now been established favourites in yellow. Brian Duncan, you see there on 1, and giving this young man, Darrell Price, from Suckden, 4 start, 21 up. Can Duncan do it again? He's carried top weight all the way through this handicap, but he's such a remarkable player. There's no doubt where he's going, in the corners, and sets off with the cracking ball. Can this young man from Wales, who's done so well throughout the suite, played really well. Chances, full on, counts. Oh, just gone by. Oh, another cracking ball. He's got to get amongst these. Duncan already fixed in his mind, I'm sure, that this tournament's going to be running the corners. He's climbing upstairs again. He's going to go out and leave a double.
Duncan, 2.
Well, every game that Brian Duncan's played in this competition, giving 4 starts, of course, he's managed to get off to a flyer. He's been able to knock his start off fairly quickly. Brian Duncan made a poor lead there on his favourite mark in the corners. And Darrell Price failed to take advantage.
There's young D.Price. Somebody once remarked about these distant corners here that sent the jack out and say, well, it's a long way. Don't go that far on my holidays. But Duncan's getting on with the job. Already cut back the start. Looking for a length. Green and beautiful shape, and that's credited, I believe, to Jack Lee, the bowls manager here, and the horticultural department of Greenhalghs. It is in great condition now. Suffered a little early on in the competition, like most other greens did, but it has tremendous powers of recovery, this green knoll, doesn't it? Always picks up. Of course, a lot of work being put in by Jack Lee and the people from Greenhalghs. Duncan now padding along. Got a run again. Just sneak another. No, it's only got third place. That is D.Price. I mean, he's great there. Never been in this sort of company before, but certainly acquitted himself very well throughout the tournament. Give this some sort of a chance. Can miss his own ball. Has a chance. No.
Duncan, one.
Well, Brian Duncan's pulled his handicap back. Scores are now level.
Yes, he's played the handicap right down, hasn't he, Noel? You know, from the 5 start, he's on 1 now. What happens if he wins it this year?
Well, I was talking to tournament organiser Jack Lee early this morning. Normally, when somebody wins this tournament, they lose 2 chalks for the next 5 years. Brian's on 1 now, so he couldn't go to -1. And what they've decided they would do, should he win again, is that he would go to scratch, giving everybody 5 starts.
Yes.
He will get his 2 chalks back for his win in 1986. He'll get them back in 1992. And for his win in 1987, he will get those 2 chalks back the following year.
If he wins it again after this, I think they'll have to send him to Australia for about 5 years. he might become champion over there.
It is a strange feature of Crown Green bowls. I don't know of any other sport where our champions are handicapped.
Duncan, 2.
I think this young Welsh lad's going to get a big cheer when he digs one out. Eventually must break his duck. If he doesn't, he'll have had the famous, in a way, but infamous in another way, honour of being clean plated, not scored. I know it's early doors, but things are looking a bit ominous, the way Duncan's crept into these corners now, and he's got his swing going. Another one here, just like taxis coming up to the taxi rank. These come near the jack somewhere. Good ball. Certainly gets him away nice, this lad, you know, Price. He's got to run. He's got to run and run again. And again. Just died.
You've got to knock it 2 foot, Brian.
Another ball here from Duncan. Speeding along. Smack on the road. Won't be far away from the jack. I think about 55 yards, and it's about 2 foot dead level. That's another double to Duncan, unless This young lad from Wales can dig one out, and I think he's got a bit of a chance here. Get a real cheer, this ball. Just dropped in the bottom.
Good save, Brian.
It was a very, very good ball.
Yeah.
A good effort from D.Price. I don't think it's quite made it.
Good temperament, this lad. He's not starting being a bit flippant or light-hearted about it. He knows he's got a tremendous task here, but he's making the most of it, enjoying it. Nice delivery. Just happens to be playing a fella who plays these corners like a machine once he gets his arm going.
Well, B.Duncan could almost play this mark with his eyes shut, I think, Harry.
He could have played it in bed at the Dicks, sent him out through the window. They'd very hardly finished up near the jack here. Just loves the mark.
Listen for the cheer.
Oh, it's just gone out. The crowd waiting there to burst into cheers and applause. And somehow or other the ball just wobbled its way past the back ball and out. And now Duncan improved now. Chance this ball, clear running, it could win this. So he's going to hit Duncan's ball. Oh, unlucky. Well, all the sympathisers there, most of them tipping that ball to win, and Duncan now gets on with the job.
And once B.Duncan gets into his stride, especially on one of his favourite bits of this Waterloo green, there's really no stopping him. Steamrollers on.
Here it comes. On and on and on and on. And there's the jack. Marvellous. It's just come about nearly 55 yards. It's like trying his hardest, getting the balls away beautiful, but what can you do when you've got a 2-inch ball to beat? And again, another one here. Two alike. This will get some clapometers going. Marvellous. Struck. Done it. Done it. Oh, and he's one down. What a marvellous hit that. It's unbelievable there. Even the luck ran against him. You can't believe that. That was a great strike, no, wasn't it? To hit them from there, and even Duncan, here it comes the ball, about 55 yards, hits the end clean, but not hard enough to get the jack out of play, and Duncan is left with a single, and it's back again in the country.
You know, we've seen that a few times, and the person behind has played the right ball, got the connection, and then it's all gone wrong for him.
Absolutely right. It's a little bit on the bottom side, but it'll kick up now a little bit. Dead level almost. Good ball. Crowd now begun to accept that the Duncan stuff is arriving on time, on schedule, and in the right place. So the applause is just a little stifled. Listen to this now. Now then, listen to it. A big cheer.
Underneath. It's not going to come up. There'll be shouts of get another Darrell.
Pardon? I don't take a great deal of notice.
Broke his duck. And a good hard-earned single that. Very interesting, Ian, all to see what Price does with the jack. Surely I'd feel to come short across the middle of the green, perhaps. Certainly got to keep Duncan away from these corners. Oh, he's gone a fairly long way.
Yeah, the trouble playing short marks against B.Duncan is he's such a superb shot at firing them off that you may be sometimes better going quite a distance with him.
See, it's been a long time without the jack, Noel, hasn't he? That usually
he's not
happens.
had it at all.
Yeah, you can't always adjust immediately. Duncan, big yard short, not a good ball really. Had a lot of room to work in there. This young man can take a yard out now. Won it, this. That's the winner. Duncan now just got to pass his own short ball. Just put a yard in it. This is enough. It's enough, this. Get the pencil ready for this one. Put it on the card. Needed to play one or two there, no, didn't he? He wanted at least a good lead.
Yeah, it's very difficult when he's not had the jack at all during the game. Even the toss went against him. And he's suddenly got to find the right weight on shorter length. If he can just get hold of this jack again and maybe hold it for a couple of ends, we might see a good comeback.
Duncan must have heard you say that, Noel, because he's just planted one right on top of the block.
That's another thing about B.Duncan's play on this green. He always makes for these two corners, so consequently...
It's won it! What a terrific ball that from the Welsh lad.
Brilliant reply.
It's such a good ball, he's even got Duncan off the mat to go and have a survey job on this, and that wants a bit of doing.
Well, if Brian can just...
Halfway up the track there, Duncan had a look at it. Thought, well, I'd better go and have a look at that, see if I believe it, you know, because he's only about a couple of inches off the jack himself.
If Brian can push onto his own front ball here, push it onto D.Price's ball, and maybe just move it away from the jack. Trying, very close. Might have done it.
He's actually got in, would you believe? Better than a real top-class burglar at getting it anywhere, Duncan, is he? You can't give him any room. Wonder what this lad's thinking about now. What's he got to do? Too low. He's actually chiseled one out of that, Duncan, isn't it? Great. I mean, that Darrell Price played a ball in a million there and didn't count.
Well, this is what Brian does. He's so good at this sort of thing. That's why he's the great champion he is. It also, at the same time, breaks his opponent's heart. I mean, Darrell Price has played a superb ball there, and it's not counted.
Played one or two good balls, Price. played one or two good balls, this lad. But Duncan's putting a top-class show on here, and it's just going to be a yard over. It'd not be a lot. It's gone down the hill a little bit, but this lad Price gets him away lovely. Certainly not going to be short. He's got to run. Keep going. He's definitely win it if it runs. Gone in the frame as a very good ball. Now Duncan's got this to lick. Might be a little bit on the top side. I don't think this is going to count at all, me. Too high. The length's there, but it was just off the road. Can this lad Price get another one? Certainly give it some sort of a chance, but have to run. It's waving about a bit now, so it's going to be short.
Oh, he really needs to be making twos out of those situations. Can't afford to only be scoring one against Brian Duncan.
Well, you've had a few tussles with Duncan over your time, haven't you? I remember an occasion once at Martin Institute, just up the road here from Blackpool, where we had one of these 4-ball touches finishes with you and Duncan, and you finished up losing.
That's right, I remember that one.
Nobody
very
could
well.
believe it. The second ball he used was an absolute stormer, and he pulled another one out of the bag, and he's doing that here today at the Waterloo. Gone in.
That's 18 inches off.
Just played up to the middle of the green. I think that's good thinking. Stops Duncan taking him a long way of the next ball. If he can run down the hill, might just be short now. Packed up. Duncan looking for a double here. Got a brace.
Looks like it, Darren, does it?
There's Terry Ashcroft. He certainly fancies Duncan for the maximum here. He's got a double. He likes Duncan's second ball on the right there. Already conceded one,
Hex, please.
Darryl Price.
Should we pick near as well, though?
Huh?
Seem to pick near as well. On here, Terry. Yeah. Which way are you going?
First ball measured. Duncan, 2.
Yes, double to Duncan.
Yes, as I was saying earlier, people take Brian out of the corners when they eventually get in, but wherever they go to, he knows the way back again. Because those are the two corners that he wants to play, and he knows all the tracks into those corners.
He's gone really deep with the jack here. Almost on the edge of the green. There's very little behind the jack. It's always a bit fast, and he's played a superb ball. Absolutely marvellously. Cracked one there. This young man Price, 22 years of age, he can't afford to be overplayed. He's given this some sort of a chance. For me, can just run another couple of turns, it would nearly count, but it's just died short.
I don't think that's in the way. If Darryl Price could just play with a yard of weight. Take Brian Duncan's ball out.
One in, one
Duncan,
out.
one.
Still counts the single, Duncan. Looks as though he's marching on into the semi-final, even though the game is at three-quarter stage. 21 up. Duncan now with a nice handy margin of 8 chalks, 15-7 in front. Beautiful ball here. Absolutely wonderful. Anybody that's played balls at all, any level, if they've been on here and tried to, you know, have a sustained smack in these corners, it wants a bit of doing. You know, you need the control and the length all the time, Noel. This lad's played one. If he could just run another 2 foot, he'd have had some sort of a chance.
There's plenty of players do play in these corners, but they're not as consistent as B.Duncan.
Just curving round to get in for a second when it collided with this young Welshman's ball. He's 22 years of age.
Duncan, one.
Yes, there he is, D.Price, 22 years of age. Been bowling since he was 14. And this is his first Waterloo tournament. What an occasion. Reached the final day's play, which is an honour in itself in Crown Green bowling. Anybody that's appeared on the last 8 on the card here picks up a little bit of fame. But he's run into the master here today in top form.
D.Price is probably feeling a little bit dejected at the moment, but he'll look back on today and decide, well, he did pretty well.
Some sort of a chance, this is going to get some applause. Brilliant ball. Wonderful wood. It's just to let him know that it might be his first Waterloo appearance, but it might not be his last, no.
No, he's destined, I think, for quite a lot of fame on this green. Oh, look at that.
Just Duncan there anxiously looking. I don't think he really fancies his own ball. That's the one just on the top side to the left of the jack. Terry Ashcroft, who's the model of consistency himself in tipping the balls, he's only been wrong once here in about 90 selections, so it's a pretty high batting average that. He fancies Duncan for a single. And Duncan's ball is tilting the right way as well. I think we're going to have the string men on again here. Peter Lawrenson and Eric Garth have not said anything yet. Yes. D.Price indicating he'd like to see the string across these balls. Just played a marvellous ball here, D.Price. Under normal circumstances, he would have been happy with that. Would have gone on the card, but now he's got the measurement coming in to decide, and it looks as though he's second favourite here in counting.
I fancy yellow ball, mate.
Oh.
On here.
Yes.
Duncan's in.
Duncan, well.
Yes, 1 to Duncan.
Well, the adjustment Duncan had to make with his second ball there, compared with his first, was so minute. But he absolutely played it superbly.
Now, Duncan. Just move this jack a little deeper into the corner, nearer the edge. Slightly different road, just altered the land a little bit. Played a very, very good ball. Can't get too low down here. Otherwise, the ball would slip away to the right. But he's smack on the road, this lad. Played a good ball here for me. He's only got to stop. It gets the applause. Excellent ball there. Good shot there. Duncan's ball. Going across. Be far enough. They're tipping this to be short, but it's on the road. It's still running. Let's give up. D.Price stands 1 on. And there you see the other ball on its way, looking for a double.
Price!
Just died.
Well.
D.Price trying to mark along the edge of the green, along the edge of the north stand. He needs to get them closer than that.
Well, nobody in yet. That ball at the back of the jack looks to be first, but here's the new one. It's just faded a little bit into the bottom. Duncan now trying to play a real good ball here. Only got to peg a little and it'll go on the card. Still fancy Duncan's last ball. Comes up to have a look.
Duncan!
Won it.
Well.
Duncan having a try in the other corners now.
Some of the people at the bottom end there, that's like the Bookies Boulevard just at the front here, where they're all baying at you all the time trying to get the money out of your pockets. But they'll be very pleased in that corner because they've not seen anything of Duncan yet.
No,
he's always played the other diagonal, so they'll be quite happy now. They can tip a few balls.
Well, there won't be much betting going on in this game now that Ryan's so far ahead. Well, maybe they can just enjoy the last few ends.
Good ball that. Just gone too far. Normally, for anything like normal circumstances, that would have been a counting ball on this mark. But Duncan's led a ball. Looks as though he might even get another here. Yes, got a double.
Right, D.Price, he's got to go for it here. Right through the middle and take the jack.
Well, he's on a great road. There's not a lot wrong with this ball if he can get into the end. Done the jack. Oh.
Oh.
How unlucky can you get?
That's what happens, Harry. His ball's fallen one way, away from the jack, and Brian Duncan's has fallen towards the jack.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, yeah. Duncan, one!
Very, very unlucky here. plays a wonderful ball, gets the right connection into the end, shunts one out, but unfortunately falls away and out himself.
And the way those balls fell then actually made a difference of some 10 inches. 5 inches the size of each ball approximately.
Duncan not quite as accurate in this corner where the land is a little bit tricky. A bit of a gully and a shelf there. Watch the ball just sink a little and then start straightening up a little bit as it comes in here. Nearly get inside this ball. Oh, a big sympathetic ah from the crowd. It's Price not having the best of knocks, having a bit of a rough treatment from Duncan at the moment. Duncan banging form, but he needs a few rubs. He's not getting them. Murmuring. Crowd just come alive. Murmuring now. Think it might have a chance. No.
Duncan, one.
Just give up. Duncan's really hit the green this morning. A terrific display. I know he's a great experience on this green and he's a great player in his own right. But he has played really well. It's like Nashwan having a gallop down here. Duncan is a real thoroughbred champion at this game. Just the morning exercise. Another great lead from Duncan. Never seems to leave it alone. Just gone. Duncan only needing 2 for game. Don't forget he's given this young man from Wales 4 starts. Duncan on 1 and this young man on 5. And now Duncan lies with 2 to go into the semi-final of the Waterloo. Better lick these. Handshake time if this one doesn't count. Listen to the crowd. They'll tell you what happens at this end. All over. All over. Here's the young man from Wales. Had a marvellous tournament.
And from March with details of BBC 1 and 2, satellite and BBC radio.
She's very close. She's very close to winning it. Oh, what a ball. This is absolute top-class play now from these 2 girls. As the game gets towards the end, the play is getting better. That's always a good sign of good players. Dana just moving off the mat, just so she can see how much room she's got. She might think about changing her peg. No, she's certainly played through. Where she's near, just over the top this time. She did change her peg. 18 all, and a well-earned round of applause for P.Holt for making a good recovery. 16-10 down. Looked as if she wasn't going to be in the game, and then just one bit of fortune when Diana knocked her in. But since then, she's played really well. Back on the mark where she played 2 such good woods last time. Just gone a fraction further, jack a bit nearer the edge. Good tactics. Can she make a lead? Well, the land's certainly right. might just cut an inch away, but not much more. What a good lead. Well, Mary, who's your tip to win now?
I wouldn't like to tip either of them. I think they're both bowling magnificently. They really are. They're brilliant.
Just going to drift past. And now, having drifted past, it drifts off. A lot of pressure now on Diana. 18 all. 1 wood in the ditch. And Pat with 2 very good woods. The only consolation about those is if she beats one, she'll probably beat them both. But there's nothing to play through out. She has to pick out a perfect length to win here. Well, she's a bit of a chance. She's a bit of a chance. What a bowl this is going to be if it wins. Oh, brilliant bowl. Applauded by her opponent and crowd alike. That's an absolutely brilliant bowl. At 18 all, she's really struggled to get any points at all in the latter part of this game. And the relief on her face. 19-18. Her turn to change the distance. Going towards the other corner now. This is interesting. Very long thumb peg mark. The delivery is still immaculate, I have to say that. The length looks right, might just drift past now. Half a yard, no more. It's still a well-played bowl. She's praying that it won't fall off. I think she must think it's nearer the edge than it is. Has Pat reached? Quite a drastic change of length here. Will it run? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. The crowd are saying run away. The people in the crowd leaping up and down. It must have won it. Now, will this reach? No. I think Diana rather deceived herself there. She thought her first ball had gone further through than it had. So now it's Pat playing up. Chance to go 20-19 ahead. But I don't think she's going to be. I think it's going to be 19 across. Because I can't see this reaching. Well, they're applauding it. As if it... Some people in the crowd cheering as if that had got one, but I'd be very surprised if it has. Diana's having a long, hard look at it, but she looks reasonably happy that it's only one. Pat certainly doesn't mess about when she comes up to look at them. Quick look, Matt down, one only. 19 across. High drama. The final of the Greenall Whitley Ladies Waterloo is going to be remembered by everybody who's watched it as being a marvellous game.
Mike, I think it's a credit to the ladies. It's this game and and both semi-finals. It's played in the right spirit. Everybody's enjoyed it, and it's been good bowling.
It has, yes. It's exactly the right balance of keenness and courtesy. And what a good lead this is. She's really not wavered under pressure at all, Pat Holt, and she had enormous pressure in her semi-final. She's been well behind in this game, and I think she's caught Diana here. She's caught her. Now this bowl, very important. Needs to get 2 to lie game. Taking her time. Delivery looked right. Well, it's certainly going to be at least as good as her other. 2 alike. Again, though, as before, Diana beats one, she'll beat them both. And she's shown herself to be a lady who can play under pressure. How's it gonna? Is it gonna win? It's one off it. One off. Well, they're looking. What a lot of pressure. 2019 down, just drifting past. Not won it. How the game changes. A minute ago, Diana Hunt had to play a wood to stay in the match. Now she's the one who lies game. Can Pat play a wood equally as good? Well, she's certainly given it a chance. She's given it a chance. Can it get past? Has it won it?
Well, what a brilliant bowl, mate. Marvellous play.
The girls shaking hands again. Presumably anticipating that there'll only be one more end, though with Diana's striking there's no guarantee. And the last 2 ends have shown bowling of the absolute highest calibre. Yes, 20 all. Of course, if Diana, or indeed if Pat were to knock the jack off, there'd be another end. So it's not absolutely certain to be the last end. What sort of lead has she made? Well, will it peg in? It'll hang back a bit, but it's a perfect length. Absolutely impossible to predict who's going to win now of these 2 girls. They've both played so well. This land looks better. This land looks better. It's going to win. It's going to win. Oh, now that is a wonderful bowl. Now it's Pat's turn to strike. Can she hit it? She's taking her time. Silence. She's She's close. She's close. Just underneath.
Well played, ladies.
And Diana Hunt from Swinton has won the final 21-20 in the most dramatic circumstances.
Yes, a superb ladies' final, and quite a moment here for the winner, Diana Hunt, from Swinton near Manchester. The emotions obviously running high as she accepts the applause of the crowd. All that remains now is for Jack Lee, the bowls manager here at the Waterloo, to get the prize ceremony underway.
The runner-up, a cheque for £500 and the Cambrian Soft Drinks Trophy. I will ask Mr. Buckley, the regional sales manager of Greenall's Retail Management, to present the necessary, the trophy and the cheque. P.Holt. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1989 Greenall's Ladies Trophy winner, a cheque for £1,000 and the trophy, Diana Hunt.
Diana Hunt, a very happy lady, and they have certainly given the men something to follow there, haven't they? A tremendous ladies' final. Well, here are the 4 semi-finalists who are hoping for a place in the Waterloo final 1989. Robert Eaton, the 26-year-old farmer, against B.Duncan, now even money favourite, and K.Wainwright against D.Slater. The crowd's really building up here at the Waterloo Hotel for what will be the climax of this year's tournament. But now we go to the National Newsroom in London. Latest news from Lisa Davidson.
Good afternoon. From the newsroom, the main stories at 2 o'clock. In South Africa, at least 10,000 protesters have joined a civil rights march through Cape Town. It's the first anti-apartheid protest to be allowed since the state of emergency was declared 3 years ago. The march coincides with the opening of the new South African Parliament. Here, ambulance workers start their first national overtime ban for 7 years at midnight. They're demanding an improvement to their 6.5% pay offer. Union leaders say emergency cover should be maintained. Some health authorities have hired minicabs to transport patients. The Jaguar Car Company has announced a big drop in profits for the first half of this year. They're down to £1.4 million compared to £23 million last year. But Rover's trading profit has risen by 50% to £27 million. The next news is at 3 o'clock. Now with the weather, here's Ian McCaskill.
Hello, well, weather front, you can see it on the satellite picture, is pushing eastwards across the country. And the radar shows the rain marching eastwards across Northern Ireland and Western Scotland. That's a position now with a lot of cloud, a little bit of brightness in places, but that band of rain continuing to push eastwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland and into many northern and western parts of England and Wales as well. And some showers developing elsewhere too. Tonight, a band of cloud continues to push southwards across the remaining parts of England and Wales. A few patches of fog, some ground frost in the north, but a much brighter day tomorrow with sunshine at times.
Well, our weather has certainly improved from this morning when we began the session here at the Waterloo. The weather set fair for the climax to this 1989 competition. Mike Leach is with me, the man who commentated on the ladies' final. They've certainly given the gentlemen something to follow there, haven't they?
Well, they certainly have, Eddie. Yes, it was a marvellous final. The quality of play and the sporting way it was played. I hope the men's final today is as close, anyway.
Yes. Well, we've had a few close finishes in this tournament so far, haven't we?
We certainly have. Not quite so many this morning. I think the crowd here are really bursting to have a dramatic finish to a game, because surprisingly, most of the games this morning have gone very much as a one-way horse race.
But the ladies' final, it was a great performance from Diana Hunt. Now, this is a sport where the ladies can actually compete on equal terms with the fellas, isn't it? And they proved it out there.
Yes, there's no reason why they can't. Most men, of course, would rather they didn't. I'm not a great lover of mixed competitions, for example. I think it's as well that the ladies have their competition and the men have theirs, because it's not easy for a man to play a woman in a singles event.
But the final, just as big a moment for the ladies as it is for any of these four fellas who'll be in this afternoon.
Oh, equally as prestigious a victory for Diana Hunt earlier as it will be for the winner today, yes.
And as we've mentioned, a close finish, but not just a close finish, the standard was superb.
The standard of play was exceptional. It really was. It was excellent. And the girls, they play in such pleasant spirit as well, but they're keen. certainly it's not, they don't play it other than to win.
Are they as keen as the blokes?
Well, I think so. They don't run them up and get quite as close to them as the men, and obviously the striking doesn't have the power, but the quality of playing through when their opponent was in was very high as well. All the girls did that.
And they also, if they see that their opponent's lying with a couple of shots, they're not afraid to have a go either, are they?
No, they're not. No, they do go, and they know the woods to play. So perhaps watching the men over all these years, perhaps it's taught them, you know, how the game should be played.
You're going to get in trouble with all the ladies for saying that, you know. You're not going to come back either. Okay, well that's the ladies' final, and as I say, they have really given the fellas something to follow. So let's have a look at the semi-finalists in some detail now. There is the lineup. I think the top match there, R.Eaton against B.Duncan, is the match that we're all waiting for, a repeat of the 1987 final. And then it'll be K.Wainwright against D.Slater, who has made it to this stage of the competition at last after 15 years of trying. So let's have a look at the semi-finalist in some detail, as I say, and it's R.Eaton. There he is. And this is one of the best deliveries he made in his quarter-final this morning against K.Humphries. And from this delivery, Mike, he actually won the match and a place in the semi-final.
Oh yes, this was a brilliant bowl. You know, he stood to be 18-20 here, needed to pick out a perfect length, did so, won the game.
Won the game with that and shake hands all round. But of course, the fellow that he's up against in this semi-final is Mr. Waterloo himself. A record 3 victories here. He's aiming for an unprecedented number 4. And there he is, B.Duncan. The wood that we've picked out for him is from his quarter-final against D.Price this morning. Duncan ahead 11-6. In fact, he was never behind in this match. He was 1 down on this 11th end, though, and needed to pull something special out of the hat.
Certainly did. Played through. Pushed his own bowl forward, counted the end. Brilliant bowl.
B.Duncan at his very, very best there. So to the second semi-final, K.Wainwright, the heavyweight member of the quartet, and D.Slater, a man who's been trying for so long, D.Slater, to get to this stage of the competition. K.Wainwright had to get through against Ian Rigby this morning in the quarter-final. We pick up his match in the 5th end. Wainwright's ahead here 8-7, but he's 2 shots down on this end, and he had to again pull something out of the hat.
Yes, he's been taken into the corners here. Ian wanted to go for corners, and Kevin just played a perfect length, got round the woods, counted the end.
Great stuff we've seen here this morning, and more I'm sure to come this afternoon. D.Slater, well, his match against K.Wainwright will decide the final lineup, of course. There he is. David, he has never got this far in this tournament before. A great day for him, this. He played Peter Fielding this morning, and in the 6th end of their match, Slater was trailing 8-9, and he was lying 1 down. This would to go 2 up.
Yes, played through on a long mark, took the wood out clean, counted 2. Crucial turning point.
A turning point indeed. And so there it is. That's the lineup for R.Eaton and B.Duncan to start us, K.Wainwright and D.Slater to bring us through to the final. Into the profiles of the first semi-finalists then, R.Eaton, aged 26, from Holmes Chapel and the Good Companions Union Club. 3 excellent victories from him. And his opponent, there he is, the maestro, 45-year-old B.Duncan from the Railway Hotel, Lostock Hall. He's hardly had to draw sweat, really, to get through to this semi-final. As you can probably hear in the background, the atmosphere absolutely electric. There are the first 2 semi-finalists. Let's have the toss then. And Noel Burrows is upstairs in the commentary box with Harry Rigby.
Big cheer for this semi-final. This is the match the crowd's been waiting for. It's R.Eaton, a remarkable record in this event. 3 times he's been in the last 8 final day's play and reach the semi-final. And there we have the handicaps. Brian Duncan on 1 and Robert Eaton on 4. 3 the difference, 21 up. Started off with a good ball. Just gone through a little bit. Everybody wondering whether Eaton can make this handicap pay. Get away quick. Duncan's found the answer or not. Still going. It's won it. It's a great ball, that. Oh, dear, dear. I think I know where he's going to go, Noel, if he gets in. No prizes for guessing.
Well, he'll be straight down into that bottom corner again, I would think. Talking to Brian a few moments ago, he was saying that the last 4 games he's played, he's won the toss and been able to set a mark straight away to his liking. He's lost this toss, but he's still counting this first end.
Yeah, lost the toss and won the end.
Duncan won.
And Brian Duncan's feelings were that he must get into the game very, very quickly, having to give a start, as he has to everybody in this competition. Try and wipe that start out as soon as he can.
Lovely, stylish Duncan. It's down, just flicks them out, sweet as a nut. Down into the bottom corner, led one. Just a yard by. Good ball, it's gone about 45 yards. Now Rob Eaton's got to find some decent balls to stop Duncan getting into a big run in these corners. Tipping this one like nobody's business. Got to win it, this. What a good ball. Trouble, trouble, gap. Oh, gone right through. Could this be just turning round a little bit? Well, they tipped that one a bit early. It hardly got out of the traps before they was tipping it as a winner. Tipping it too. He's got the double. Oh, real balls.
Robert Eaton, lot of support in this big crowd. Robert sending the jack out to part of the green where he can get on his own favourite strip.
This one to beat. Luke's a bit on the narrowed side. He stops the length on it. Yes, good ball. There's the crowd nicely settled down now for this match. Lovely weather. Just a bit unlucky there, Rob Eaton. Yes, Duncan's still on, the ball just to the left over the jack. A little bit unfortunate there. 1 to Duncan.
Duncan, 1!
Brian Duncan giving his last ball plenty of green there, not wanting to cannon into Robert Eaton's short ball.
Changed the territory a bit, Duncan. Gone in the other corner.
Well, these are the corners that he beats Robert Eaton in the final, 1987.
Robbie Got to miss this short ball. Peg up in the air. Missed it now. It's gone in the frame. This good ball. And Duncan's got to find one here. Lovely road. Oh, brilliant ball. Absolutely wonderful. Really loving this, the crowd.
2 foot, you're 2 foot, and that's half an inch off.
Oh, that's pretty accurate. And then he's telling the crowd, he tells me half an inch off. There's my problems.
2 foot.
That ball in B.Duncan's
Somebody's, sorry.
Virtually unbeatable. I can't see what Robert can do to beat that. Possible chance of changing his peg and coming through with a bit of speed.
Duncan, one.
Well, Robert Eaton probably caught in 2 minds there. Not quite sure what was the best tactic to employ.
You not here, Robert?
Again, running sweet as a nut, this. Oh, another cracking ball. Look at them people now. Just wondering and hoping that perhaps Eaton can turn the odds. Give up. Give up that. Should tell them. Certainly got the reach. Oh, this is doing the trip. Needs to hit something. Oh, what's he done? May have knocked it out. Well, he hit the right ball, but it went careering through and actually went too far to count. Oh, that was a ball that could have easily accounted. And here's R.Eaton sending it. Got to connect with the end. Hits the right ball, clean. Bang. Knocks it down the hill and then just rolls too far. Another one. He's now got his length, Duncan. This young man's played some very good balls so far, but the rubs have not just gone right for him. He's played another fair ball here that's just going to go out. Roundabout, but not counting. Plenty of people watching this game would be glad to play them that as close as Eaton's playing, and he's played another one, Duncan. Oh, too great. Almost unbeatable ball, Sam.
Well, problems for Robert Eaton here. No, he's playing with some speed, but way offline.
Duncan,
Passed through Morecambe Bay on its way here. He never got it on the road. He normally roads his ball so well, young Robert, but there a little bit wayward. Just having a look at some new territory now, Duncan. Always played the other way from left to right, and now he's coming in the bottom right-hand corner away to top left. Already rubbed the handicap off. Duncan starting on 1. R.Eaton on 4. Duncan now hit the front and played a very good wood. Some blokes could have 50 balls at that and they wouldn't lick it. These lads give it a chance. Second.
Well, in that 1987 final when B.Duncan beat R.Eaton, as we mentioned, he played this mark, and Robert really didn't find it too well at all on that day. Struggling again today.
Yes, you're quite right, and all he's very likely to think about that at lunchtime, Doug.
He won't forgotten the fact that he'd already beaten Robert on this
Waved
mark.
that. Duncan actually waved that ball bye-bye. He looked at it, knew it was off a run. Again, another cracking ball. Playing this, it's just like an assembly line. Just put some on the floor and they set off on their own, I think. Run right up towards the jack and then pull up. Again, young R.Eaton struggling now on this piece. Still trying really hard to get back in this match. Duncan now in front. Rub the handicap off, giving R.Eaton three start, and he's past him now, as though it didn't even matter. Can't win.
Duncan won!
Well, Robert Eaton, it's the third time in succession that he's been in the final day's play of this Waterloo tournament. Beaten in the final in 1987, quarter-final last year. Is he going to be unlucky again? B.Duncan playing superbly well.
Might be too far. Go a long, long way this if he misses the jack. Gone. They've just pulled up, it's tried, but Terry Ashcroft jumping in there and waving to Duncan that that ball had gone out. Stands one. Playing for another. Pace is absolutely right. Not an easy mark.
2, yes, Robert.
Just giving young R.Eaton the bad news. got to run. He's got to run, and he's in the bottom. Might have just saved one that ball, but the crowd are shouting 2-2. Nobody's conceded anything yet. Brian Duncan just stood there waiting for Rob. Yes, he's given him a double.
I'm talking to Brian Duncan earlier. He was recalling that final against R.Eaton and how Rob's balls didn't seem to come back to the jack, as though they were slightly weaker and they drifted away.
Yeah, perhaps that's why he's using this mark, I think, because there's a little bit more peg in this mark, isn't there, out of that bottom corner?
Well, it makes good sense to keep on a mark that he knows he can win on.
Plus the fact he's all standing them like within 18 inches, 2 foot all round the jack all the time. You know, which is a very disconcerting thing for young R.Eaton.
You just can't put them on the right line at all.
Duncan likes this. Usually flies after him if he thinks it's got some sort of a chance of being a good, and it won't be far away. This. It's a dead cert, taxis up, bang, onto the jack. Oh, what a great ball that. No respite here for young R.Eaton at the moment. Duncan's not spread any out at all to give him a chance of getting in. The lad's trying all the time. Gone out and left a double.
Well, R.Eaton, to give himself any sort of chance whatsoever, he's got to be getting his first ball close to the jack, even if he doesn't count. He gets it close to the jack, it gives him some options then with his last ball. Playing finger peg just to the side of the crown. Runs very sweetly down there and just bends back against the bias towards the jack.
Young R.Eaton must look at that end and think, well, at least I've got some sort of a chance here. Seems a great deal of difficulty in finding this mark. Might have a bit of a chance, that. Looks near, but from the other angle, there's still a fair distance between those balls and the jack. Now Duncan put a yard in this. Hits his own, he'll certainly make it. Tipping this ball to be down in the bottom side. Can't win anything. Duncan circling round the back there. I think he's got a big chance of counting a double here. Having a conversation there with Terry Ashcroft, the referee. You're going to get the string men on, I think, here, unless R.Eaton decides to concede. I don't think he will.
Those two, please.
Which two?
Yeah, those two.
Those two.
They're just pegging 2 balls here.
On. Touching here. Yeah.
Back on the other side.
On.
First ball measured.
Might get a double. No, he saved one there, young R.Eaton.
Jack there just falling slightly against the bias. Racing a bit with this one.
Chance. Bit of a draft now. He's left the back door open, I think, Ian Hull. Now, R.Eaton got to find one. Certainly far enough, and won it, this. He'll get a cheer, this. A real ball. Excellent, that. Young R.Eaton just showing the crowd there that he can play good balls if he gets the chance. But Duncan's been in absolutely tremendous form. Left it short. Rather surprising for Duncan.
Well, very unusual for Brian Duncan to be short like that when his opponent's in.
Looks like two there. No.
Dived in the bottom, that. Never got one. 1 to Eaton.
Brian Duncan, I wouldn't think would be too disappointed at that slight lapse. He's still got a big lead.
Now then, shortened the game down dramatically. Just across the green. R.Eaton hoping to play 1 or 2 decent balls, and there's the butterfly still looking out. Fell in love with one of the jacks yesterday, and all to come back looking for it again.
It's probably the biggest egg it's ever seen.
Yeah. Brilliant. Again, R.Eaton leaving the prairie there for Duncan to get in. He doesn't miss those sort of chances. Has he rectified this? No, it's just died short. I don't think the crowd would be at all surprised if Duncan didn't plant another one near that. No, he's left it short.
Another one, Brian. Duncan!
Such a perfectionist, Duncan Noel, isn't he? He's shaking his head there as though he was playing bad. He's just been platinum round the jack for about nearly 30 minutes. But he shook his head. He was very disappointed with himself there because he didn't get another.
Well, that's the spirit of a champion. Only the best is good enough.
Yes, he doesn't exclude himself from the criticisms, does he, Brian? Oh, well, give him his confidence back. He's just planted another one round the jack. Run away. Run for your life and can't get there. Here's another. Oh, right through the end. Never touched nothing. Left Duncan another double now. Do you believe in terms of scoring, Duncan has scored 16, and R.Eaton, who's no mug on this green, has only scored 3, and with the poor start that takes him to 7, and Duncan 17. Playing so well, Duncan Noel. He's not giving anybody a chance really to put a serious challenge in. Just powering away from them all the time.
Yeah, Brian Duncan in full flight and bang in front. He doesn't let up.
Gets the applause, but has it won? We'll soon know. Yes.
That ball of Robert Eaton's lying at the side. Good chance that B.Duncan could take it out. Certainly trying.
Not a mile off. A big ooh-ah from the crowd there. They thought that ball was going to come charging in and all to the end. Again, just a little bit short.
Peg, yeah.
We've got a situation
Peg,
here.
please.
Yeah,
Pardon?
Terry Ashcroft, very accurate.
Yeah, well, it's close.
He's already tipped.
I just like it.
He's already tipped the young lad's ball as being the winner, Rob Eaton. It'll be very interesting to watch this measure.
On.
Just coming onto the
On
jack
the
now. Measured what they think is the winner first.
On.
Eaton, well.
He was right. Justified there. Terry Ashcroft. Bowler's asked for information and the referee's sticking his neck out every time it's tight. But he's only been wrong once in a lot of predictions. He's a good record on that.
Yes, all the bowlers have got heavy confidence in Terry Ashcroft and his assessment of the position at an end.
Ooh, a buzz from the crowd. Buzz, buzz. Oh, that's first. What a good ball, that. Very hard to play. On a thumb peg mark where it's balls. Watch it swing now. Move to the left. He's after it. Trying to take the jack clean. And done it.
Won it.
Great ball. Can Duncan do it again? Trying to tap his own ball. Smack on the road. Got to miss the short ball and it wins. If he hits it full, he'll win. Thinks it's won that.
Duncan won.
No doubt, just crept in that. Ooh, they packed in today. Absolutely. Not seen as many people since De Mob Day, waiting for suits. It's been very disheartening for young Rob Eaton from Holmes Chapel and Good Companions Bowling Club, because every time he plays a decent ball, this man comes along and finds one. Really showed him today that this green, it's like a second home to Duncan. Green is so lovely and running, nice evenly paced green in good condition. Certainly a great credit to Jack in the Bullet Green Halls, the horticultural department there. They've brought this green up beautiful. He's certainly got to be far enough, and there's nothing wrong with his road. They get there, and Duncan holding his hands up, thinking it might have a chance.
Duncan, what?
Just gone out. This man coming in the corner. This is Donna, the gravy train there for Duncan. Takes them all here. Like a burial ground for everybody's hopes for the Waterloo. This man's tremendous. Played another absolutely superb ball. Only wants another like that and he might be able to come off. Beautiful road this, this. won it if he can get a cleavage. Gone. Nice smile from this young lad. In green, and Duncan, the great champion now, trying to find another one. Certainly won't be short. Won't be short, it'll be far enough, but he's just on the bottom side now and it's come drifting down.
You've got to knock in a foot. You're almost a length.
On the way and doing the trip. Oh, it's just a little bit too far.
Eaton, one.
Just see Arthur Murray perched up in the crowd there. Just picked him out, it's very intent. Former double Waterloo winner. Of course, has added his views to BBC Bowls programmes in the past, summariser on several occasions. Another great champion, tremendous admirer of Duncan's play. And now young R.Eaton battling to get back in contention, but a mile at the back. There's one of the Duncan taxis just pulling up near the jack. Oh, smiling. The women there enjoying it. I don't know what he said there, Rob. He very likely looked over and said, "Tell me, mother, I won't be long."
Yeah.
No, they're tipping this to get another. Think it might cause an outbreak of handshakes as if it runs. It's just died. Duncan playing. Not be a mile away. A bit of an occasion if he plays a rambling ball, this fella. And that's about 2 foot, a dead length, which is a very good corner ball by almost anybody in this game. But he might just lick it now. Just cocked away on the outside. Here's the new one. That's the one he wants to book his place in the final of the Waterloo for the 4th time, would you believe? Well, he's found one. Duncan's already tipped this when it was 10 yards away from the jack, and he's so right. Brilliant ball there from young Eaton. Robert Eaton halfway up. At least he's got double figures against this great champion, Brian Duncan. He's showing Brian Duncan the jack and said, "Oh, this is it, is it? I've not seen it for a while. I didn't know we played with one of these." When you think that Eaton absolutely rapt audience there, waiting to watch Duncan get into the final and wait for the next big clash.
Won it. Yes.
Gone in that. Again, R.Eaton facing defeat. Got to lick that. It's on its way. No, it's weighed in. It's just give up. Young R.Eaton having a quiet game of football there with the Bulls until the champion arrives, who's played superbly throughout. And this young man, R.Eaton, again given a magnificent display to get to the final stages. But Duncan 21, R.Eaton 10. Duncan now goes into the final.
So he's made it, hasn't he? Brian Duncan is in his fourth Waterloo final, and the way he's playing, it'll be a good player who will stop him making it 4 wins, and that of course will be an unprecedented feat here at the Waterloo. 21-10 he's beaten R.Eaton, a repeat of the 87 final that was, and almost a repeat of the score as well. Eaton, Noel Burrows really couldn't live with him, could he?
He didn't give him, I don't think Robert really did himself justice in that game. But mustn't take anything away from Brian. Another superb performance. And if he was to win the final, that will be the next game he plays in. He will have played 34 games in this autumn Waterloo competition in the last 4 years and only lost once.
It's a tremendous record, isn't it?
Well, it's unbelievable.
What is it about him? You know, we've seen him earlier on this morning. We're not going to see him shortly, but he's like a clock, isn't he? Like one of those metronomes you put on top of the piano. He just ticks away, doesn't he?
He lives for the game, thinks of nothing else but bowls, and that's what it's all about. He's the Steve Davis of bowling.
Steve Davis's name immediately came to mind when you were saying that.
Well, you look at Steve Davis, he puts in hours of practice, he does nothing else but snooker. And Brian Duncan's the same. He's all over the place playing bowls. Even when he's not playing, he'll be standing watching somewhere. And
to be fair, R.Eaton has had a fine Waterloo as well, hasn't he?
He has. He'll be bitterly disappointed. Third time in succession that he's been in the finals, in the last 8, which is superb by anybody's standards. And he's still not quite made it.
Well, let's have a look at the 14th end of the semi-final. 15-7 in Duncan's favour here. And these are all 4 woods of this 14th end. Duncan in his favourite corner, and look at the start he made.
Well, virtually every end Brian was putting one within 6 inches or a foot.
And R.Eaton under a lot of pressure here as he had to follow that. But follow it he did, to be fair. That's not a bad delivery, is it? And against anybody else, they're covering on their feet.
That's right. R.Eaton, as he's proved here, can beat most people on here, but Brian Duncan is so accurate that there he is again with another one, and it's in a good position just behind the jack if Robert should move the jack at all.
And this was the one where R.Eaton knew he was a question of do or die.
Just slightly unfortunate.
It
just rattled the jack, I think, just barely touched it and went straight through. Unlucky there.
Well, now this is another end. This is the 16th end. The score here was 17-8 to Brian Duncan. And the man in possession of the lead bowl here, it kept on changing really. There was a good lead, wasn't there, from Robert?
Yes, excellent start, but Brian's reply, he's so full of confidence, Brian's reply is even closer.
And in he comes, and he matches him, and I think he's pinched it there, hasn't he?
He's pinched it. Robert comes up with his next ball, superb delivery.
Here he comes.
Just needs a nudge on the jack, follows through with it, and at this stage he's counting.
Unerring accuracy from both of them here.
Brian Duncan here has either got to draw to the jack or just nudge his own short ball, push it closer. Just squeezes through and gets the verdict. And interesting about that end, that it's such a good end, every ball that came up to the jack actually got the shot.
Yes. A good match again, to be fair, but poor old Robert, he was battling uphill, wasn't he, from start to finish, even though he had a 3 advantage?
Well, earlier on in the game, he didn't quite get a length in the corners, which is, against Brian, is fatal. He just completely dominated the game after that.
So, Brian Duncan through then to the final, and there it is. Brian Duncan, 21-10. He's beaten Robert Eaton, a repeat of the 1987 final. Poor old Robert Eaton, the 26-year-old farmer, the Cheshire County player. He's had such a good tournament, but failing at the final hurdle again against the man they're calling Mr. Waterloo, Evans' favourite for the title before that semi-final. He's won just about all there is to win in the game, and he's now in his 4th Waterloo final and aiming for 4 victories, of course. 21-10, Brian Duncan through to the final. And here are the 2 semi-finalists. Brian, congratulations.
Thanks very much. It was on the score looked, to say, winning 21-10, like, it was a very hard game because I had to produce some balls, and Robert played well really, but just on the day.
It was all down to the fact that you whittled away the handicap early on again.
Well, I got a good start. I think I counted 1 at the first end, but I went in the corner and Robert counted 2 really, and then I went to the side of the green. I got in like, and I thought I'll just try the other corners, and I just had a good spell leading, and they just put me in front really, which just takes a bit of the pressure off.
Robert, are you sick of the size of this fella? Because he did you in 87 in the final.
He certainly did, yes. It's the only 2 times I've ever played Brian, and they've both been here. Just today was only the 2nd time I've played him, and it'd be nice to get to this stage and not
appear
to find
at the
Brian
bottom
here.
of the draw away from him, perhaps.
I've no excuse to make. I mean, Brian played very well, and the particular mark that he got most of his chalks on was the same mark that he finished the game off on in 1987. And I certainly find it a very difficult mark. I think it is. My wood's a little bit stronger than Brian's, and I'm having to just go a little bit outside. If I push it a little bit outside, they stick outside. It's a different. Of course, you've got your pace difference as well. One's quite a push, the other corner it runs a bit. It's a difficult mark, and the trouble is, the longer you are on a mark like that, the worse you seem to get.
Well, Noel Burrows has just been describing him as the Steve Davis of snooker. He's the fellow everybody wants to beat.
And Steve Davis doesn't get handicapped, does he?
No.
Well, Brian does, and he still keeps on coming back. It's a remarkable achievement. Remarkable. He's a tremendous player of the green. And every time I got the jack, I thought, well, I'll shorten it right down, because I mean, you're playing from 60 yards and suddenly shortened down to just over 20, and yet Brian can still play a perfect length bowl anywhere. It's tremendous. It's a tremendous ability he's got.
You've had a fine tournament, though, to be fair.
Oh,
looking
yes,
on the bright
very
side.
happy again. Yes, I've had a great run in the tournament, and perhaps one day, perhaps in 20 years' time, when Brian here, perhaps isn't quite as good as he is today, I might have a chance.
Well, it's good to see that you can both smile after the event. And Brian, there you are again now in the final. Tension building. You look so cool and calm and collected.
Well, I think you've got a bit of tension when you're off the green, and when you get on the green and start playing, it all goes then. I mean, I've just got to, I won't mind forget that now, and I've got to start again really, because I'm back on 1 again and the opponent's on 5, and I've just got to start all over again.
Who would you fancy in the final?
Well, I'm not bothered really. I mean, you know, saying who I fancy, they're both good players, so it doesn't matter who I play really. I've just got to play my own game and just hope at the end of the day I come through.
Will you be leaning over the rail here and just keeping tabs on what they're up to and how they're playing?
Well, I'll certainly watch them, yeah, really, but I think that I'm not bothered about it really. I mean, it's just how I play in the final, and hopefully I'll pull through.
Well, a great performance from you again. I mean, 21-10, and you've hardly let your opponents in the last 3 rounds get into double figures, and Noel was just saying 34 matches here, 1 defeat.
The first round, I think it was, wasn't it? After the year after, I think 1988, I think I lost in the first round, really. But like I say, it's gone, that. I mean, the game is just how you perform on the day, really. And if you're confident and you're playing well, and obviously it's a lot easier. I mean, if things are going wrong, well, it becomes very difficult.
Well, you're in the final. That's coming up not too long away. Congratulations to you, Brian. All the very best indeed, and commiserations to Robert Eaton. Brian Duncan through then, the first man into the final, 21-10. The other semi-final is coming up shortly, K.Wainwright against D.Slater. But first of all, let's just reflect once again on that ladies' final. P.Holt against Diana D.Hunt. It was quite a match, which Diana just won, fell over the line, 20-21. It was a wonderful final, as I say, and well, Diana Hunt was absolutely delighted in her victory, and here she is. She's come from Swinton to be with us today. Congratulations to you. How are you feeling now as ladies' final champion?
Absolutely, we're over the moon. I just can't believe
That's a football phrase, you're not allowed to use those.
I just can't believe it. It was fabulous.
It was an emotional moment for you, wasn't it? We all saw you.
It was, yeah. I've tried for years now to get to this far, and I just still can't believe it. I'm still 20 foot high.
Who was that good-looking chap who came onto the green and gave you a kiss?
I've no idea. I've no idea. The one with the beard, you mean?
Well, he had his back to our cameras, but I hope we're not causing any trouble.
I've no idea.
I want you to have a look at our monitors here, Diana, because it's 20 across. We're coming to the final end of the ladies' final. What thoughts were going through your mind here? 20 across and all to play for.
Well, I was hoping that she wouldn't put a good lead up. I can't remember it at the
well,
moment.
Have a look at it and you'll be able to see. Here we go.
Is this 20 across?
This is 20 across, final end.
Yes.
And Patter's
well,
leading off here.
I always remember my husband always saying that the last wood wins at 20 across. He always says that. He's a bowler, and I always think, well, I was thinking at that time, well, I've got the last wood, and I just hope that I could do something about it.
The standard was fantastic, you know. I mean, as good as the fellas.
Well, I think the women play very, very well.
Look at that one.
That's super.
Within inches.
That's super.
You think you'd won it then?
Well, I turned my back on that. I didn't want to look.
You can't cope with the pressure there.
Oh, I can cope with the pressure, but I just hoped that she would miss when I knew she would strike, and I just hoped she'd miss. And she just missed by about only 2 inches, I should imagine.
Right. And there you are. You knew then that you'd won it. By that time, it was all over. And look at you. You were well pleased, weren't you?
Oh, I was over the moon.
Great moment for you.
I tried so long for it.
We just missed the kiss, so we can't get you in even deeper trouble. Oh well done, and in fact here is the kiss. Look, you're so emotional here now. Then, any minute now, you will be embraced.
Oh, I think this was my husband.
You can't remember, can you? You can't remember who it was. Wonderful moments for you there.
No, I don't know.
We don't know who it is.
No, that was the gentleman who took my jumper off me when I stripped off. And he just came on the green, took the jumper off me, and that was it. I think he must have backed me.
Well, it was a great moment for you.
Oh, it's super.
And you're enjoying your reign because it's underway now.
I'm still, as I say, I'm still 20 foot high at the moment, till the next match.
When is the next match?
Well, we've got a five-a-side at home tomorrow night.
Right, great stuff. Well, congratulations to you.
Thanks very much.
And Noel, what do you think of the ladies' game?
Well, I mean, to play a ball like that at 20 across on the Waterloo takes some nerve, and we've got to congratulate her. Marvellous.
Well, I think I had my eyes closed when I sent that wood. I don't even remember sending it. I'll be honest with you. I think I must have sent it with my eyes closed.
You better keep your eyes closed all the time.
I did, isn't it?
Not taking any tips there, are you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've been playing for quite some time now, but you never stop learning. It might be a good idea.
Close your eyes and hope, eh? Well, the second semi-final is due off shortly after the news, and they are the two competitors, K.Wainwright and D.Slater. B.Duncan is there. B.Duncan hanging over those two a little bit, isn't he? And he is the big threat.
Well, it's getting rather intimidating now, I think. They know they're playing for a place in the final, but they know who they're going to meet when they get there. So, rather intimidating situation for them.
an intimidating situation for those two semi-finalists, but they'll be absolutely determined and G'd up now, won't they, to get through to try and wrest the title from Duncan.
Of course they will, and I think it could be a very close match. They both played well throughout and deserve to be where they are.
It's been a good tournament for both the players, to be fair, Wainwright and Slater. Slater never made it to the televised stages of the competition before. Kevin Wainwright, a quarter-finalist in 1980. All new territory for the two of them.
The only thing I've noticed is that neither of them have played in the corners very often. Kevin Wainwright has stuck to some very short marks. David Slater slightly longer, maybe 30 yards. But they've been able to play their own game and dictate the tactics. See what happens this time.
I wonder whether the boys will be tempted to go corner to corner, knowing that the fella that they have to face is Brian Duncan. There are the lads out there on the green, practicing for the semi-final. That's David Slater. And don't forget, this semi-final will be with you right after the news. And there's Kevin Wainwright. I've called him the heavyweight champion. A little bit unfair, I think, but it's Wainwright against David Slater for a place in the final against Brian Duncan. Tension here is building up, of that there's no doubt. We'll have that semi-final for you after the latest national news now from London and Lisa Davidson.
From the newsroom, the main stories at 3 o'clock. Around 20,000 people of all races have taken part in a mass march through Cape Town. It was the first legal protest march in South Africa for 3 years. The noisy but well-behaved demonstrators packed the main shopping street as they made their way from the cathedral to the Parliament buildings.
Taking over the city of Cape Town by permission of the government. Only a week ago, police were firing on protesters in the townships. Only yesterday, any and every protest demonstration in South Africa, however small, was put down with force. In any country, a demonstration on this scale without a policeman in sight would be remarkable. In South Africa, it's simply extraordinary. The official march got underway, Archbishop Tutu at its head, as he so often has been before. For him, the test of success will be if today's march, still going on, can end peacefully.
Here, unions representing ambulance workers are appealing to the Health Secretary Kenneth Clarke to go to arbitration over their pay claim. Crews are due to start an overtime ban at midnight to try to improve their offer of 6.5%. Some health authorities are hiring minicabs to help transport patients.
The ambulance crews say they don't want to imperil lives, and managers of the service say they'll maintain emergency call-outs. But with such heavy reliance on overtime, routine journeys for outpatients which are not urgent are likely to be hit by the weekend.
There is no need for this dispute. It's a totally unnecessary dispute. If the government agrees before midnight tonight to go to arbitration, I and my colleagues in the other trade unions will call this dispute off.
The employers insist their pay offer is fair and in line with increases accepted by other health workers.
The Hungarian government has rejected demands from East Germany to end the flood of refugees to the west. It says the border will stay open for the time being. Around 12,000 East Germans have now made the journey through Austria to West Germany, but many others who've been on holiday in Hungary are going home. They say they're quite happy to return.
I grew up there, and I'm not the kind of person to start life all over again.
The Jaguar car company has announced a big drop in profits for the first half of this year. Profits are down to £1.4 million compared to £23 million for the same period last year. The firm says the main reason is falling sales in the United States. Meanwhile, Rover's trading profit has increased by 50% to £27 million. And the next news is at 10 to 4.
Good afternoon to you. Well, some of the most pleasant weather today has been down the eastern coast of Scotland, running down through Yorkshire and into the Lincolnshire coast as well. Plenty of sunshine, temperature around about 20 degrees, but it's a bit different story in many other places to the west. Some really thick cloud around and some pockets of quite heavy rain too. The satellite picture a couple of hours ago now showed some thick bands of cloud running from west to east, but there is a chink of delight coming into Western Ireland. Some sunshine returning there behind that weather front, and that weather front's going to move across the rest of the country later on today and through tonight, weakening as it moves southeastwards, with a little ridge of high pressure helping to clear things up quite a bit. So some pockets of rain still moving in from the west at the moment, and that brighter weather coming into much of western Scotland and Ireland during the course of the day, just leaving a few showers over in central and eastern England. That's it from me then, back to Eddie Hemmings over at Blackpool.
Thank you, John. Welcome back to Blackpool. We have the second semi-final for you in a moment, but let's just refresh our memories of the fact that Brian Duncan is in the final for the 4th time. He's beaten Robert Eaton 21-10. There he is, the final, Brian Duncan. And so now it's K.Wainwright or D.Slater who will join him in that final a little later on. There's the profile of K.Wainwright, 37-year-old from the King and Queen in Warrington. 3 good wins there to get him into the final during the televised stages. And D.Slater, the man who has never appeared in the televised section of the tournament before, enjoying his experience, 36-year-old from the Alexandra Club in Blackburn. Here's the toss, out on the green, up in the commentary box, Mike Leach with Harry Rigby.
Next semi-final. One already decided and the great champion through. Duncan, and now D.Slater in red from Blackburn, off 5, sets the mark. Straight down the middle. He's played into Wainwright's favourite territory here, but led a very good ball. And there his opponent in yellow, K.Wainwright from the Warrington. Won't be no stranger to this piece. And oh, I don't have a look at them. I think it may well have just crept in, that.
Second ball.
Yes, just got the verdict. Wainwright, the ball on the left. At this, the opening end of the semi-final at the Waterloo Handicap here at Blackpool. Turns it over, he makes it, and now it's in. Very good ball. Could be a bit of a match, this, Michael.
I think so, Harry. They both played very well in early rounds. Battle of short-length players. Kevin's changed his peg. Just narrow.
Slater, 1.
Excellent start for D.Slater. Kevin's still in yellow. That's been the lucky colour for the last couple of days. David's had to change into red. These two players playing for a place in the final of the Waterloo itself. Neither player been that far before. Not a tremendous prospect in the final. The prospect of playing Brian Duncan, who seems to be on his absolute top-class form.
One with the ball resting, would have gone, but luckily something there to stop it running out, and that happened to be D.Slater's ball. Way down the hill, he's left it short this time.
It's a very fast piece of land, this. This is where he caught Keith Illingworth on this quick way.
Wainwright, 1.
Well, now then, will Kevin keep to short lengths? Yes. He's going to the other side of the green, presumably with a view to playing across the crown in the opposite direction.
Yes, and got that away sweet. I don't know whether it'll run, but if it does, it's going to be roundabout. A good lead. Yes, excellent lead. He's literally a few inches away from the jack. Slater now. Certainly far enough, can pick the jack up, might win it. Just gone.
Gone out.
Good ball in a handy position.
Yes, you're on.
Wainwright asking for the information. Terry Ashcroft, the referee, confirms he's played a winner.
He's in trouble if he hits the jack.
Nothing, hits the jack. Oh, it was lucky there.
Finish well for him. David must reach, but can't afford to hit the jack too far. He's not going to peg in time.
Wainwright, 1.
As you said earlier, Mike, you know, it's a bit of a daunting task in front for the winner, but bowls being the game it is, and O'Brien is playing so well, Duncan, it seems almost inconceivable that he could get licked, but I've seen that happen before at bowls.
And these two will be trying their hearts out to be the one to have the chance of doing it in the final.
Wants to hit something, else it goes. Only just, but it's gone. Looks nearest from here, but the other angle will show that the ball has gone out. Another played the smart well nearly all through the competition. Gets another that. 2.
That's a good ball. It means that David now has to play an absolute perfect length to win this. Very difficult.
Flying. Flying.
Wainwright, 2. Here we go.
Yes, David looking very unhappy about it so far. Things not gone his way yet.
And Wainwright had the chance now to get settled down on this mark. This is his 3rd time up this middle, across, back and across again. Played some decent balls, not spreading them. Played one here that's roundabout. Very good lead. Slater fell behind in the early stages now.
Big chance with this, though. Good ball.
That's won it.
Kevin, a lot to play for. Can, if he get straight between those woods or take the wood out, but he's on the wrong side of it now.
Lucky. Pardon? No, no.
All David wants to do is keep off that wood to the left. Not got one though.
Slater, 1.
Now, will he keep to the short lengths or will he go for the corners? Looks like he's going for the corners.
Got this away beautiful. It's running right to the jack, this. Just cocking a little bit on the finish, but just that bit short. A lovely road. Just pulling up a little bit. This one will get in. Good ball, this. Only just. Ooh, there they are. The great bowlers. Shoulder to shoulder for the Waterloo final day. Still second, I think, that ball. The referee has come round. Swung it, just likes it. They don't think he's right, but he's never been far wrong.
This is reached. Going out missing. Kevin throws the mat down. accepts the referee's judgment. Now it's 8-9. Nothing in it now. Now David looking round the green, looking at the corner, now looking at the edge, away from the bookmaker's area. He's going to play round peg down the edge. Now we've not seen a lot of this.
Always a bit tricky along this edge because the jack pegs fast. It's the ball swooped down. Still got to run. And a bit more. Live and let live ball that. They play a fair ball to lick it. They think this one's flying. Peg a lot yet. But he's gone now. Again now Slater. One standing in front of the jack. Well, he's going to be short again. It's going to hook a little, but if it gets down the hill, it'll be roundabout. Good ball. Good ball.
6 inches.
The crowd again watching
inches, Kevin.
intently to see who's going to be the next opponent for the great B.Duncan in the final here. Oh, he's asking him to just move away there, the lad on the side taking the pictures. Not very happy with that, Kevin Wainwright. I think our bloke distracted him just a little bit.
He's played one though. Just, it's gone out, it's left 2. Just lost his length temporarily, Kevin. David going to go back up this edge now.
Might nick a few valuable chalks along this side, Michael, here. Because it's not always easy. If a bloke leads a ball around the jack, you've got to be up to it, haven't you, to win, and you don't be overplayed much on this side because they pick a bit of spit. Played one, it'll only turn towards the jack now, that's all. Sort of a bit of the bite a bit here because he's playing about as far as Kevin usually plays, but in a slightly different position. Struggling a bit with this mark, Mike, isn't he?
He really is. Yes, I think he's still distracted. Concentration not absolutely on the job in hand. But it's nice to see a bit of variety to the game.
Narrow. It's narrow. He's got another, but he's fortunate to count one with that. It was always short and slightly narrow on the road. Now is a chance. Now is a real chance if he can just get enough pace on it, but it's not far enough.
Slater, 1.
Well, certainly David's not going to change the mark now. Round peg again towards the edge of the green. Can't afford to be narrow.
Just a little bit overplayed. This again, it looks tight. He's got to run. And run, it'll peg all the time.
Give up, Kevin.
Short. Still struggling to get a length here, Wainwright. Slater looking to pinch just a few more chalks along this edge. Got to run. Won't get another. Short now.
Kevin's indicated he's striking. That shows that he's lost the confidence to play a good wood along the edge. He's struck.
Done the jack.
Not what he went for.
Nullified the end. Bye-bye. Start again. A yard or a metre on the green from where the jack went off.
The great thing from Kevin's point of view, of course, is that he's completely altered the land. So there's no prospect of David playing back immediately down that edge. The question is, will David go down the other edge? Well, David's decided he'll come back down the edge, but of course he's now had to go some 7 or 8 yards further to do so. Not made quite the quality of lead that he's been making.
Again, he's played. He's just got a little bit to do. He doesn't touch the jack too hard. Counted the end. Just picked it up and wrestled the jack forward about a turn and a half. Now he might contemplate having a go at this one as well, Wainwright. He's struck. Maybe just on the bottom, he's missed it. And flying through, no connection, and one to Slater.
Well, Kevin struck at the last 2 ends at woods which were at least 18 inches off.
Yeah, I think that confirms his unhappiness on the mark, Michael, don't you think so? Because, you know, they were beatable. He's played a lot of very good balls in the tournament. I thought he might have tried to play a good wood there. There's the man that's waiting for the result of this semi-final, Brian Duncan, the great champion himself, waiting to take his place in the final after the conclusion of this semi-final. A great player, this lad. Just had a marvellous semi-final win against R.Eaton. I saw his wife moving towards the big hold all that they have to take all the cash away from here about 20 minutes ago. Great ball. Wonderful. Fully appreciative there. And there's Arthur Murray, double Waterloo winner, just behind that nifty trilby worn by Neil Jenkinson, a young county player from Greater Manchester.
Looks like it's Slater's turn to play through now. Playing through, straight peg. Nearly done his own.
Now then, Wainwright, he's abandoned the idea of perhaps throwing balls about the other peg and played one. It's short, but he's got the jack. That's very important. Counting the end, a single. It's more about 1 to 3 that he might go up the middle of the green here, Mike.
Well, that's a surprise. He's gone for corners. And a murmur goes through the crowd.
He's just intent to show people that he's not just a smart 30-yard player. He can play a long way, but also played him a long way off as well.
Well, it's the sort of tactic that if it works, everybody says how brilliant it was, and if it doesn't, they've nothing but condemnation for you. Won it, David Slater's bowl. Not a very good bowl, but has to be beaten. Kevin certainly reached on the bottom. Will it go out?
Well, there's been cries of won it. They both look about equidistant to me, but the right-hand ball has been tipped by the crowd, but the referee, Terry Ashcroft, has not made any move yet towards the end.
This has flown in.
Still waiting to see what the score is here. Kevin Wainwright at the top of the jack there in yellow. David Slater gets a single.
(13-10). David Slater leads.
Again, another short mark along the edge. Let the cop and the bookmakers have a look. Some well played balls, and there's the first arriving. The young fella there. keen on. It's a yard at the back, big yard, a good position. Slater played one here with some speed. It's the farthest of the lot, this. He struck. Thrown one at him.
Jack's gone.
Done the jack. It's that. Oh! Well, that's unbelievable, that. He's only got a double out of that collision. So should buy raffle tickets and all, Kevin Wainwright. He's struck now. Watch it hit the end now. Into the jack. Double ricochet. Back ball. Comes back. The two balls collide in the middle. And what would you believe? 2 to Wainwright.
Well, that could certainly be a turning point in the game. It was a good strike. He hit the jack. He went for the wood, but the two were very close together. But he wouldn't expect to count 2.
Well, it's trying to do the Duncan scene here. A long way. Now swinging up in the air and going away. Left a lot of room. Disgusted with that ball, Wainwright. And Slater turned away in disgust. Sent one here that's on its way to Bangkok without any doubt. That'll nearly break the boards. Can't believe that. Absolutely disgusted with himself there, David Slater. Very quick and impetuous.
Yes, he has to forget what happened at the last end when he was so unlucky. And just concentrate on the next end. He's still a bit of room.
Well, he got it away smooth. Far enough and on the road. He's a little bit in the bottom and it's got to run. Starting labouring now. Go down the hill. It could win it if it runs. Gone in. Retrieved the situation a little bit there, Slater, because he made a real mess of his first ball. Fired it out 100 miles an hour, but he managed to rectify it with the second.
Yes, very important ball for him there. If he hadn't beaten those 2 woods, he'd have gone behind.
Again along the far edge. Front of the what's known as the north stand here, and led a good ball.
Yes, he's leading at the moment. Is that bit better than Kevin Wainwright? And Kevin certainly doesn't seem comfortable at all without the jack.
You know, he struggled a little bit on these swings, these swinging marks along the edges. He used to pull him across a little bit and play a bit narrow. There's another one going in. It's 2 now. Wainwright got to find a fair ball here. He's far enough. Racing, left a double here. Certain.
Shake it, Kevin. Can't understand what happened to the good length that he had in the earlier games. Throws the mat down in disgust. David, on the other hand, quite happy at the situation, building up a lead again.
Another round peg mark here from David Slater. It's just only about 25 yards, not much more. Got to be stopping this ball. That's just going to be a bit of daylight between that and the jack. Not a good lead. Keep it up in the air. Not pegging. Good ball this. Be happy with that way now. Slater now debating what to do, but I think he's going to try and lick it. He looks tight. Speed will keep it up. Some sort of a chance there if it pegs. just gone. I don't think there's much danger to Wainwright here unless he was unlucky enough to give the jack a fair crack. Play on the top side, 18 inches, can get another ball, and I think he's done it. As long as it pegs, runs hard, but it's just kept up in the air.
Well, I think it's time now for Kevin to think seriously about where to play. He's asking for these to be measured. David's kicked out Kevin's winning ball, only giving him one.
These two, please.
On, lad.
We're on here now. Okay.
On.
Wainwright, 1.
Again, played a good ball. Back on his favourite piece here, Wainwright. He's had a bit of a wander around the green, I think, perhaps thinking that he's got to play some decent balls somewhere, because this man's been licking him on this mark, and he's done it again. Slater. I think he enjoys playing this piece as much as Wainwright does. Wainwright now after the ball. Oh, he's done it. It's won the end. Slater's got to do it again now.
Now then, this happened in the last match where Kevin had a wood about that far off, which everybody expected Ian Rigby to beat. Will David beat it?
Slater, 1.
Done enough to win. Very important.
Good pressure ball, that, from Slater. He got it out nice and easy, and I think some of the crowd picked it up in flight and had a suspicion it might just be short, but it got there, and it got on the card. Slater now, the nice advantage. 17-13. Got to run a little bit more yet. Run away far enough. Only gone in the frame. This about 2 foot short. Oh, way up chances. Chances if it can get down the hill. Might have just give up. It's turned away. Slater, he knows it's second. He really thought that ball was going to get in there. Not in the account, this.
Come on, David. Wainwright, 1.
14-17 now. Kevin still trying to find somewhere on the green to go to make a good lead. Now trying a mark and a part of the green that David Slater played with such success against Keith Illingworth. He's not on the land. He's standing there disgusted that it's gone up that far.
Got to keep it on the road here. Certainly far enough. Gets down that hill, he could well go past the jack. Might even go out. Got a rub, but it made no difference. Didn't stop it. Just carried on, trickling down the hill. Wainwright now looking for another here. length round about this, if you count. First ball this.
Big
Slater.
target. Lots to play at. Plays a reaching ball, he can run the jack for 2 or take the winning wood out.
Not a mile away, Mike.
Just underneath
Not
it.
a mile away, but it's missed it, gone out.
So this game building up now. Lot of tension.
I think both players have showed it a little bit in this game, Michael, because they've altered marks to such account. They look as though they're not like the Flying Dutchman. They're not too happy about where they could settle down and pinch a few shots. But Wainwright now, he's played this mark well before. And he's played one here, if it'll run a bit more, but he's well short now. It's pulling up.
I think they've broken each other's length by the variation of distance that they've gone, and neither of them now is playing with any real confidence.
Not won it. Got to hit his own ball here or find the gap. Little rub on that, wouldn't do any harm, but it's played a dead length, won it. He stands 2 here, Wainwright, and will take the lead unless Slater can find a winner.
Well, he'll have to hit his own.
Gap. It's gone out, left a brace.
Well, an extraordinary turnaround. A few minutes ago, Kevin was the one who couldn't find a length at all, and now David Slater's turn to struggle.
Wow, lovely road. We've just run and dropped back a little bit against the jack when it stops. There we go. Perfect lead. Not a long way, this. Fiddling mark. Even call them little lads marks sometimes, these, but they're all as valuable on the card. He's going to climb, he'll miss it. He's just half cut it and counted. Ooh, he's a bit fortunate there. Dave Slater was already on the up, the ball, but stopped just in time. Covered the end, sat on it, might go out now, just gone. I can't believe that. Wainwright, he felt certain he was going to take that ball out. And again, and again, and again, got a brace. Ooh, vital shorts. Yes, even helped one of his own up to the block there. Good lead. Only wants 2 for game, but Wainwright's found one here. Stops on the ball, it'll count. Good wood. Oh, those are vital, and the crowd knows it. Lovely rope. They're tipping this as having no chance, but to me it's got a chance of doing exactly the same, and he's done it. To repeat, they're all laid there like 3 black puddings in a pan. The top ball of the 3 is the counting ball, and that belongs to Dave Slater. Got to do a repeat here. He's certainly on the road. This would be a remarkable end. Oh, he's tapped it the wrong way.
Slater! 1.
That was cruel. Oh, what a vital end that, and it's Wainwright trying to retrieve a situation here. Looking for a dead ball, so important, comes up to the jack, a little touch, but just that bit too hard, into the side pocket, and leaves D.Slater with the winner. Drifted by a little bit, wanted one a bit nearer than that, Slater, who's going for the match and a place in the final. This one's going like a train. Hits the jack. Good job he didn't rub the jack. He would have given Slater an almost unbeatable ball. So Jack would have been shunted onto the back ball. And now Slater, knowing he lies game, not played a good ball here. And Wainwright's got a bit of a chance. We're north and south, them two balls, with the jack in the middle. Wainwright can find one here. Here it comes. Got to find one here. It's won it. There's clear running. It's won it. Can't go out. Pressure ball. Well, a couple of real dramatic ends there. Anybody could have counted the end before. Everybody played a winner. But Slater got the verdict, and now Wainwright pinched a single to get to 19, leads a good ball, just wants 2 for game. Should give this something to do. It's got a kick over to the right. Farther it runs, the nearer it goes. Nearly won it, this. Oh, to give up, I think. He doesn't like it. The referee's over. I think he's going to tip the back ball. Yes, Wainwright is on. Wainwright's coming to have a look himself. It's getting to the crunch period now. Place in the final at stake here. A really tight match. He wants 2, Wainwright, and Slater wants 1. He's thinking about what's going to happen. Daren't breathe on that front ball, because if he does, Slater will be up and into the final. Daren't touch it. He's played one short and in the way. Nice to watch Slater here. There's Wainwright. He's done his bit. Sent the 2 balls. He's played at the end, the other peg, and he's played a no ball for me. The idea was to take the back ball out below the jack, but it went badly wrong there.
All right. Wainwright, 1.
$20 across, and this is for Who Kisses Betty, the white jack. He's got after that ball. If he's a length, it's a good one, this. Might be just short. Yes, he wanted a little bit more out of that. Got to miss the short ball. It go out now. Beautiful road, but just too heavy. Slater had a look just how far over his ball went. No, Wainwright. Very strong position here. One bang in front of the jack. If he hits his own, he doesn't want to split it. Swayed in. He's missed it and gone out. Yes, he's through. Wainwright, jubilant there. Tremendous match. But Wainwright's the man who meets Duncan in the final, just beating D.Slater from Blackburn, 21-20.
I don't know how many times I've said it over the last 3 days, but another fantastic match. 21-20 for a place in the final. Kevin Wainwright makes it. And you know, an interesting statistic has just reached me from Mike Leach. 70% of the bowlers at 20 across who lead with the jack lose. But not today. Kevin Wainwright, Mike Leach has gone against the grain, and he's made it to the final.
Yes, he's done very well, really, to win at the end, because he's looked like he was going to be out of the competition halfway through the game. Seemed to have lost his length completely, but he's played very well at the end, and that lead at 20-all was absolutely perfect.
Knowing that he had just one for victory, I mean, you've really surely got to take a deep breath. And the ladies' winner said she shoots her eyes and bowls. I don't think Kevin did.
I'm not sure that's a recommended way to play, really, but he played a perfect lead. A side toucher, David Slater could have played through at it, but a wood 15 inches short of the jack, very difficult to beat.
A turning point perhaps was the 19th end. Wainwright was trailing 16-17, and he had the lead here.
Yes, he's struggled to make a lead all the time at this stage, and now he's led one about a yard short. He's still not playing comfortably at all. David Slater plays up here, would expect to pass it and didn't beat it. Now
they've changed their land here, haven't they, in this stage?
They have slightly, yes, but now Kevin plays a very important ball. He just skims past his own, plays one about 6 or 8 inches to the side of the jack. Now this puts David Slater in tremendous difficulties. There's 2 woods in the way, and he plays up and hopes that he'll make a right connection. Straight between those 2, misses the jack, 2 to Kevin.
Hit and hope, or a bowl and hope. Despondent young man then, and so to 20 across and the very last end. As you said, Mike, 70% of bowlers who lead with the jack lose at 20 across.
This is the exception that proves the rule, of course, because Kevin goes and plays one absolutely perfect. Size there, he's obviously quite happy with that. David knows he can't be short. Short bowl would be condemned by everybody. It just overreaches. I thought Kevin was a bit rash with his second bowl here. He'd probably have been quite content to leave that wood there, and he actually played up, presumably hoping to improve on it, and nearly opened the end altogether. Just skimmed past his own bowl. I think he just flicked it on the way.
Just a touch, wasn't it? Just a hair's breadth.
Yeah.
But didn't move it, fortunately
That was
for
the
him.
important point, didn't move it. David, a terrible position to be in, has to play a perfect length. You can see when he sends it.
He knew, didn't he?
He knew he was too far. Kevin watching, hoping it doesn't flick the jack.
Oh, isn't he happy? And here he is now, the man himself has joined us. Well done, Kevin, congratulations.
Thank you.
I've made some disparaging remarks about you, saying you're the heavyweight champion of this tournament.
Thanks very much.
But that doesn't take anything away from you. A marvellous display there.
Thank you.
What were you feeling there? You've just watched the last end with us, staying quite quiet. And
well, it's not soaked in yet. It was such a close game. David played extremely well. He had me on the very short marks, on the round pegs, and I was very fortunate to stay with him, really.
Well, stay with him you did, and you just fell over the line, didn't you?
Yes.
Just got there.
One chalk in. How many?
Right. It was a big
That's the difference.
sigh of relief, a little dance of delight too on the green.
Yes.
You've not ruined it for the final, have you?
I hope not. I hope not.
Now, what about this fella you've got in the final, Duncan?
Well, as I said yesterday, he's the best in the game. I just hope to get a good start and play well. I just hope to play well. If I play well, I'll be satisfied. I'll want to win, obviously, but
take a little look at our caption there. The final, B.Duncan against K.Wainwright. Can you believe it?
No, not really, no. It's a nice feeling.
It is a nice feeling, but you've got, what, about maybe 10 minutes, quarter of an hour to relax, calm your nerves, cool yourself down, and get yourself sorted.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, all the very best with it. We shall see you very shortly.
Thanks very much.
I hope that all goes well for you. It should be a great final. You must be looking forward to it.
I certainly am. Thank you.
Okay, well done, Kevin. Thanks very much indeed. So there we are. It's K.Wainwright against that man, B.Duncan, in the final. I don't think it could be much better than that, quite frankly. We've had some marvellous bowls over the last 3 days. We have one important match to come, and it doesn't come much bigger than the final of the Waterloo. Don't go away from your television sets. You won't miss it if you stay with us on BBC Two. Now, though, the national news from London and Lisa Davidson.
From the newsroom, the main stories. Around 20,000 people of all races have taken part in a mass march through Cape Town. It was the first legal protest march in South Africa for 3 years. The noisy but well-behaved demonstrators packed the main shopping street as they made their way through the city, demanding reforms from the newly elected government.
Thousands of protesters taking over the streets of Cape Town by permission of the minority government they want out of power. Most remarkable of all, not a single policeman to be seen. Until today, riot squads used force to break up every demonstration, however small. But acting President de Klerk suddenly reversed that policy last night to create a climate for true negotiation, he says. But many of these marchers need to be convinced their brief freedom today will become lasting political freedom.
Here, unions representing ambulance workers are appealing to the government to go to arbitration over their pay claim. Crews are due to start an overtime ban at midnight to try to improve their offer of 6.5%. Some health authorities are hiring minicabs to help transport patients.
The ambulance crews say they don't want to imperil lives, and managers of the service say they'll maintain emergency call-outs. But with such heavy reliance on overtime, routine journeys for outpatients which are not urgent are likely to be hit by the weekend.
There is no need for this dispute. It's a totally unnecessary dispute. If the government agrees before midnight tonight to go to arbitration, I and my colleagues in the other trade unions will call this dispute off.
The employers insist their pay offer is fair and in line with increases accepted by other health workers.
The Hungarian government has rejected demands from East Germany to close its border with Austria. But while refugees continue to cross to the west, not all the East Germans in Hungary want to leave.
Tourists like these, packing up after a camping holiday, are heading home, even though if they wanted to, they could easily join the mass migration.
I've
got no problems, I earn very good money, I've got everything I want at home.
They may have contemplated a dash across the border, but for these tourists it would mean leaving behind family and friends and sacrificing the security of good jobs.
The Jaguar car company has announced a big drop in profits for the first half of this year. Profits are down to £1.4 million compared to £23 million for the same period last year. The firm says falling sales in the United States are largely to blame. Meanwhile, another car maker, Rover, has increased its trading profit by 50% to £27 million. And that's all from me for today. The next news is at 6 o'clock on BBC One.
Good afternoon to you. Well, sunshine's not that easy to find again today, but tomorrow we're in for a brighter prospect, I think. Much fresher conditions coming in from the west, but again, another band of rain hard on the heels of that sunshine. Now, if we look on the radar picture this afternoon, we can see some shower outbreaks spreading in from the west, some quite heavy rain moving across Scotland, some more rain coming into West Wales at the moment, and to the east over the Midlands and eastern England, one or two heavier pockets as well. But in amongst there is a little bit of sunshine, particularly down in the south, and also coming across Ireland and western Scotland just at the moment. In the sunshine in the east of England, 20, 21, that's 70, a rather fresh 15 out in the northwest. Then tonight, that band of cloud and rain making further progress southeastwards, but at the same time fizzling out. It will remain rather foggy, though, in many central and eastern districts of England, and that's it.
This is BBC Two with News Northwest. Good afternoon. First, the headlines from the region. A man is to appear before Ormskirk magistrates charged with the murder of a Lancashire chef. Merseyside police are questioning a man following the discovery of the body of a teenage girl. And a Stockport factory is hit by fire for the second time in as many weeks. And now a look at those stories in detail. A man is due to appear before magistrates at Ormskirk tomorrow charged with the murder of a Lancashire restaurant chef. 22-year-old Andrew Maddox was found murdered last month at Drockett's restaurant, Bickerstaff, where he worked. He'd been savagely beaten and his body left in a septic tank on the premises. Merseyside police are questioning a man following the discovery of the body of a missing teenager. The body of 18-year-old Louise Ellison was found in the grounds of a house in the Aigburth district of Liverpool. The discovery ended a full-scale search involving more than 100 police officers, dogs, horses and a helicopter. Police in Wigan say they believe the murder of 18-year-old Michelle Waring was sexually motivated. They also say that her killer may strike again. Michelle's body was found hidden in shrubbery near a town centre car park on Monday night. A Stockport factory has been hit by fire for the second time in as many weeks. Nearly 100 firemen from 3 counties attended. The blaze was at Squirrel Horn in Canada Street. The cause of the fire is still being investigated. British Nuclear Fuels says today's one-day strike by key engineers and scientists could damage future reprocessing work. About 5,000 BNFL employees will be paid to remain at home as more than 1,500 members of the Institute of Professional Managers and Specialists take action in support of a 12% pay claim. Early morning fog at Manchester Airport caused several flights to be diverted to other airports. Flights from Spain, Italy and Greece were switched to Liverpool, Birmingham, Newcastle and Luton. Arrangements were made for passengers to complete their journeys by road. Departures weren't affected. Councillors in Allerdale are meeting to decide how they're going to repay the outstanding amount on a £6 million loan for the Keswick Bridge timeshare and leisure complex. 6 weeks ago, councillors agreed to a long-term interest-free loan to pay back the first instalment. The authority guaranteed the loan, which was used by the council-owned Allerdale Developments to build the complex. It later suffered from financial problems. A look at the weather now, and it's going to be a cloudy afternoon with 1 or 2 showers, though some places will stay dry. More general rain spreading from the west this evening. Maximum temperatures this afternoon around 18 Celsius. Most places will become dry by midnight, but it will turn misty during the night. Winds light to moderate southwesterly. That's all for now, but join John Mundy and me for North West Tonight. That's at 6:30. Don't forget, hourly bulletins also on your BBC local radio stations. For now, very good afternoon.
In just over an hour, at 5 o'clock, Fred Emery examines the remand issue, with an audience which includes some remand prisoners at Winchester Prison. And from now until then, we're in Blackpool again with Eddie Hemmings at the Waterloo.
And you join us for the final of the 1989 Waterloo. It couldn't be a better final, I don't think. K.Wainwright against Mr. Waterloo, B.Duncan. But I can tell you the weather can be a bit better for this final. The rain again is coming down. It greeted us first thing this morning at 10 o'clock, and it has returned for the final. The brollies are up, as they have been once or twice during the course of today. And down there on the Bookies Boulevard, as it's become known, the betting is fast and furious. And I rather think we might now have an odds-on favourite to lift the title in B.Duncan. He began the afternoon at evens. K.Wainwright began at 3-1. But that was before the semi-finals were played, and well, I think the money might well be on and off the 2 players during the course of the afternoon. So, in case you were missing this morning and you missed the morning matches, let's recap now on the full day's play that we've seen here at the Waterloo. First of all, we had the quarter-finals kicking us off this morning at 10 o'clock. R.Eaton beating K.Humphries 21-16. B.Duncan racing away against the youngster D.Price 21-8. K.Wainwright 21-13 against the Housewives' favourite Ian Rigby. D.Slater beating Peter Fielding 21-19. That gave us the semi-finals, and this is the way the semi-finals went. R.Eaton couldn't really match his performances earlier on against the great man Duncan 21-10, and K.Wainwright, as you've just seen if you were with us before the news, scraping home against D.Slater 21-20. Well, our two experts are down here before they go off to commentate on the final, Noel Burrows and Mike Leach. Good second semi-final, wasn't it? 21-20. Mike?
Oh, it certainly was. It's been the match I think the crowd's been waiting for. A tense game, fluctuations of play, fluctuations of form, with Kevin just running out the narrowest of winners. But a good game to watch. High drama.
The other one, Duncan against Eaton, it was a little bit one-sided, wasn't it? 21-10. But I mean, to be fair, you look at what Duncan's done in this competition, 21-10 in the semis, 21-8 in the quarters, and 21-9 in the 8th round on Tuesday. So, you know, he's in a rich vein of form.
Well, he is. Counting up and excluding the handicap, that means he's scored 60 points in those 3 games and conceded only 12 points. So Robert Eaton, having got 5 of them, might think he's done well.
Now, Noel Burrows, you're a former winner. You were in this situation probably longer than you care to remember now. It was 17, let's whisper it quietly, 17 years ago.
Correct.
What's going through the thoughts of those two as they limber up in the dressing room and get ready to come out here?
Well, I wouldn't know for certain what I did in between the semi-final and final. Well, my father caught hold of me. He was here watching that day. He said, come on, get away from this lot. And we went just down the road to a little sweet shop, got 2 cans of Coke and sat on the wall. Just got away from everybody who was going to badger you with questions. How are you going to go on with this? How are you going to play? All this sort of thing. Just to get yourself away from it.
Keep away from all the pressure.
That is what they should be doing now, get away from it.
I noticed Brian Duncan was leaning over the rail and watching, and poor old Kevin Wainwright, of course, he's hardly had time to draw breath. But let's have a look then at the final lineup, and here it is. It's over 2,040 bowlers have departed, and they've had 10 rounds. This is the 11th round of the Waterloo handicap. No price on Brian Duncan, the bookies are telling me, but Kevin Wainwright 2-1 against. Well, Brian Duncan is the man that obviously all the money is riding on. I spoke to one fellow earlier on at lunchtime today. Would you believe he got 20-1 on Duncan in the early rounds? So he will be waiting on. 45-year-old from the Railway Hotel, Lostock Hall. You probably know it now as well as I do. And Leach, Price and Eaton going cheaply, but Thompson giving him quite a battle early on. His opponent, big Kevin Wainwright, 37, from the King and Queen in Warrington, and beating John Hall, Jeremy Muff, Ian Rigby and David Slater just in the semi-final. So we're with Kevin Wainwright on the green now. There he is, shirt hanging out. Hardly sartorial elegance for the final, but still, he won't mind if he lifts that trophy and picks up the £2,500. Let's go for the toss. Out onto the green, our 2 summarisers here, Noel Burrows and Mike Leach, are heading up the stairs to join Harry Rigby in the commentary box.
The King and Queen Club, quarter-finalist in 1980, Kevin Wainwright.
Well, this is the start, the Waterloo final. First end, and Brian Duncan, the great champion, looking for his 4th win, would you believe? And it used to take most players almost a lifetime to win this, and some of them never even managed that. But this lad here, only 45, would you believe? Only a bit of a lad, really, in the bowls world. Gone through. And yet he looks as though he's on a favourite for a 4-time victory at the Waterloo. Absolutely fantastic. 1979, 87 and 88, and now he got beat in 1988 in the first round. Oh, it may have just drawn it, that.
Wainwright, whoa.
Excellent ball. The absolutely vital first chalk there, Wainwright. Looked as though Duncan is going to open his account and then back into the country. Wainwright found one. Good lead. Duncan trying to get this one out. Luke's on the bottom side. No, can't win it. Maybe an absolutely precious chalk there that Wainwright's just pegged at the first end. Now 6-1 in front. Don't forget a handicap. 5 start and Duncan only on 1. Yes, played another. Might hit these. Oh yes, he'll fire at these, Duncan. Got to. On its way. Done something. Yes, counted nearly. Nearly might have sprung one out of this. Yes, likes it, Duncan. Full collision there.
Duncan, one.
Ooh, Wainwright nearly, he needed it. It was absolutely vital smack, and here you see Duncan playing at the end, bang right into it, springs the jack as well, and gets one.
Yeah, Brian Duncan doesn't normally miss a big target like that.
I think the vital thing was there, Noel, more than anything else, that if he could have just somehow or other missed that, Wainwright would have had a colossal 8-1 lead. But now this man Duncan back in the corners. Unlucky. Just shaved the jack and went by. Duncan got to rub this start off. 2-6 the game. Still 4 behind. Don't forget, playing a player that's already won 10 games in this championship. That's Wainwright. And the 11th will give him the title.
You've got a yard pass, Kevin.
Chances if it's on the road. Oh, what an unlucky ball that. Did everything right there, and Wainwright can't believe it, and I don't think some of those people can either. Kick the winner out. Up for viewing, likes to string.
Measure is coming on now to decide whether or not Brian Duncan has 1 or 2.
Slightly. Not much in them.
Measuring Brian Duncan's wood first.
On here, Terry. Yes. On. Yeah, 2.
Duncan, 2.
Oh, a timely double there. Another few chalks rubbed off. And there's the beautiful Waterloo trophy. I think it's going to be a regular part of Duncan's furniture if he keeps on playing like this. And there's a nice £2,500 prize to go with it as well.
Brian gone for the corners that he beat R.Eaton in. Not normally his favourite corners, these. Obviously decided to take Kevin as far as he can.
Played one. I know this used to be one of your favourite patches, Noel, didn't it? I remember you playing 1 or 2 balls down here.
Yeah, it still is, actually. Well, Kevin Wainwright, even though he's played lots of short marks, he won't be too worried about playing in the corners. Quite happy.
Well, they just wrestled about at that end. I don't know what happened there, really. Nobody said anything. Wainwright's asking for information. It looks as though Duncan may be on. the ball on the right belonging to Wainwright looks very adjacent to the jack, but certainly played up for one. Can he get the gap, touch his own, rub the jack, and he has done. A brilliant ball.
Well, he certainly deserved that. He had 2 good woods knocked off 2 ends ago. He was a bit unlucky at the last end, so he was due for a rub.
This match, of course, a repeat of the 1984 Lancashire Merit Championship held on this very green between these 2 players, which Brian Duncan won 21-10.
And played one a long way off the jack, which would be good news for Duncan. Won it. Wainwright's got to be up far enough. He looks on the top side, Rick's running, the speed's right. He's got to run, and again, not one yet. Just crept in.
18 inches.
Wainwright 7-4 in front and standing one on. Duncan trying to play a dead ball here, passes the short ball, could win it this, and it's done it. Or has it?
Wainwright, well.
Luke is almost certain to carry through them, but stopped and half turned, and Wainwright gets the chalk.
Just saw there momentary irritation on Brian Duncan's face that hadn't won it. Nobody yet really put him under pressure. Looks like Kevin might be the first to do so.
Got to be stopping. Got to be stopping. Just round the back. Won it. Looks a bit adjacent there, but some intent on this final. Might just rub the jack this. I get the gap, and it's just gone. There's not a lot of the lads in this suite would have tried to come for another there. He only had to rub the jack. Wonderful play.
Brian straight back into the far corner again. Thumb peg just underneath the crown. Looking to put this ball a few inches short of the jack if possible. That's the ideal place.
Quite close. No, they look fairly wide apart on the screen, but there's a good shot. The ball just behind the jack. Nearly won it this. Clear running, it wins. Brilliant. Nobody up to now has been beating those sort of balls that Duncan's led. As you remarked earlier, Michael, there was no pressure, but there is now, because they've got a man beating good balls.
Kevin's obviously
You've got to knock that a foot to put it in,
very
Kevin.
determined that he's not going to let Brian get away from him like he has with the other players. Well, he's not really tried with that. There was a lot of danger. So Kevin keeping his lead. Started, of course, at 5-1 because of Brian Duncan's handicap. So he's just about holding Brian at the moment, and he's perhaps unlucky not to be doing better because the little bits of luck just haven't gone his way as yet.
Sure.
This is good tactics. Right to the middle of the green he's gone now.
Just shortened it down enough, but he's left room. Again, trying to make these balls tell, plays them near, but that's not near enough. There's the new one. Brilliant ball, that. Packed house. And he struck at this, so played through at it with enough speed to get it out, but he's gone on the top side. Duncan may well punish him for that ball. Looking for another and getting it. Just wandered away at the finish, that ball, as though it was coming up to the jack. Then just broke against the land and didn't do that extra couple of inches.
Now it looks like he's going for his favourite corners. But Kevin, of course, has put him in a place where he can only really play a short length at this stage.
Yes, tactful job that, Mike. Just chopped the green in half, but Duncan now has played one roundabout. Yes, I think that's...
You're sitting on it, Brian, touching. 6 inches short, the other.
Boy, that's two cracking balls there. Still coming down. Should start kicking a bit to the left now, but it's stopped to length. Never moved.
Oh, good chance for Kevin here. Playing onto his own ball.
Might get a wick.
Duncan!
Oh, any bets now, Harry, where this jack's going?
No, I don't think you'd need a top-class fortune teller to predict. But he's played a little bit short out of the corners. He's not really as far as he normally goes. There's the jack still winging away. Won't be a mile away. Good ball. Just a bare yard past.
Kevin so far has played really well each time he's been taken into the corners.
Can he not sit the back ball with any peg? No, he's just played too far. Good ball, but just a little bit too far. Another one. Oh, good shot, that. Oh, what a crowd there. They've all been queuing up today. Some of them, I bet, came here without tickets, but somehow or other contrived to get in. Begged, borrowed, dinner ticket, anything to watch this final. Really good crowd shot there. There's not many wanted a haircut, I noticed, from the back. Duncan's having a good look at these. He thinks he's got a bit of a chance here of a double. Out goes the winner.
So though you just gone, Kevin.
And they're not. Thinks he's a brace. I think he's conceded the end. He's given him a double, and if he has, Duncan's hit the front now for the first time. Halfway up, almost. 21 up the game, and Duncan now hits the front. 10-9.
Now Kevin facing the prospect of Duncan on his favourite mark. Taking the lead still at an early stage. But not made the sort of top-class lead that we're used to seeing from him. Bit of room here for Kevin.
Got it away, sweet. The pace looks right. Can stop, he wins. Rest, won it. Doing the trip. Listen to the crowd. They'll tip whether this has any chance. It can't lose according to the murmurs. Very good ball. Seemed to put that down a bit light. Always a chance. Played one. Played one. Done it. Yes. Got out of trouble there, Noel, didn't he? Played, you know, what looked like being two fair balls there, Duncan, but Wainwright stuck at it, roaded him.
Well, Kevin will know how Brian likes those corners, but he won't be intimidated by it, I wouldn't think, as that last end proved. He was smack on the road, perfect weight.
Listen the murmur. Just going to go out this. Lovely road, but just too far. Gets another. Duncan got to play one here. Wants it to run free and missed that short ball. Won it. Great ball.
Yes, Kevin not quite leading there as well as he has been doing. Needs a good lead to keep the pressure on Brian.
Duncan again going down to the old familiar country in the far corner. Looking to play a good lead. Just played a fair end down here but didn't count. Wainwright.
Wondering if that spot of rain we had might just have altered the running of the green and upset Brian's concentration as well. Not quite leading as he has done.
No. Better ball. Misses his own, he has a big chance. Hits it hard enough, he'll make it. Somebody shouted yes. Whether they mean yes, Wainwright's on, no, it's Duncan. He has promoted the ball into a winning position.
He's fortunate there, really, to do that. Hit it absolutely full. The only way he could hit it right and count.
Kevin Wainwright there, hoping to play out Brian Duncan's shot ball or possibly take the jack, but hopelessly offline. Just having a look to...
Measures, play!
Not happy. Calling for the measures.
Just telling Brian, he said, well, I might as well have them measured. It keeps me in the handicap a little bit longer, have a longer run in the sweep. Yeah. But seriously, he's never been wrong very often, Mike, has he, the referee? And he did tip Duncan's ball.
No, he's refereed extremely well indeed. The players like him because he doesn't interfere unless he's asked to, and he gives them a quick decision. And more to the point, he's usually right.
Well, that measure there could have also been a little tactical ploy by Kevin Wainwright. He'll know that Brian Duncan likes to get on quickly with the game. Maybe just trying to slow it down a bit.
What a cracking ball.
You know, you wouldn't believe it. This is a very difficult mark indeed. Extremely difficult to get on the land, and Duncan puts them on top of the jack with monotonous regularity. And Kevin's not so far off either, just over the top though.
Yes, I think one or two viewers will be hearing you say that, Mike. It's, you know, and they'll come on here and think it's easy to play. They'll come on and throw them all over Blackpool because it is hard. It is hard, and he plays them so accurately, this man. Puts them on the road. That's 2. Chances now. Chances this time. Might just go out. Very good ball there from Wainwright. He's wondering what he has to do to count. And they gave him the bad news when he got up there, that it had just gone. Well, there's no doubt about it that Wainwright's certainly put a very good show here so far. Played a lot of good balls, as Duncan's now really back on form again and playing a lot of close woods in the corners. Another one. Brilliant ball. What can you do? They're wondering what you can do with a fella like this. Flying.
As you said, Harry, Kevin's played really well, and yet taking away the handicap, Kevin scored 5 while Brown scored 12.
Well, Duncan's looking about there. That's a bit of a wayward ball from Brian, but it's still got second.
And Kevin trotting up after this one.
Chances. Might be just to par.
Duncan won.
As you mentioned earlier in your talk with Eddie Hemmings, Noel, about Duncan's record here, it's truly amazing. But I think the thing to mention is that the man who really spoiled it a little bit was Derek Greatwich from Ashton, who beat him in the first round in 1988 and stopped him from breaking the record of 23 consecutive wins, 22 consecutive wins on the green. And Bernard Kelly held that record. He played 23 games before he got beat. Duncan won it twice on the trot with 22, 86, 87, and then got licked first round, would you believe, by a player from Ashton called Derek Greatwich from the Tameside area. And that's Derek's claim to fame. Beat Duncan in the first round of the Waterloo and stopped him breaking the record. But he's back again. Didn't let him put it off. Didn't put him off in any way, shape or form. A bit unlucky again here, I think, Wainwright. And Duncan's pointing to his own ball, thinks it's counting. Yes, taking that one out and having a look if the other's any sort of a chance.
Duncan won.
Satisfied with a single.
Well, if Brian Duncan goes on to win this match, I can't ever see anybody equaling the feat. It's really quite an historical occasion.
Well, you're a previous winner of this, Noel, and you know, it's become an accepted practice like that. It's a man's great achievement to win the Waterloo. Once is enough. Even getting in the final day is enough for some of them. But this man, they just can't keep him away from the place. Absolutely brilliant performance. He's not won the title yet because they've still got a bloke here playing on the green, Wainwright, who's played all right, but is gone behind after getting 4 starts.
He needs to get in here.
If it misses all, it could go out.
Duncan, one.
That's the best chance he's had to get in and failed. He was a shade unlucky the end before, but he really needed to count that end.
I don't know what Mike may think about this, having probably played up and down this mark a few times, but nobody ever seems to be able to judge a length against Brian. Whether it's something in the way Brian delivers the jack or his ball, it's hard to work out how hard to send your own.
Well, what I find on the mark, Noel, is it's so difficult getting on the land that your length tends to suffer because of that. You're concentrating so much on getting on the land, you miss your length. But Brian makes it look easy.
Another good ball there from Duncan. But Wainwright still nagging away in this corner. He's been a bit unfortunate. Here's a ball that's won it, this. Very good ball. Duncan's likely to lick this. Doing the trip. Certainly smack on the road, and if it runs any more, no, it's short now. It's giving up. Can't win it. Good ball, but can't win.
Annoyed with himself there, Brian. Thinks he should beat them when they're only 15 inches behind.
Doesn't want to hit Duncan's ball. That would be the biggest disaster of all time if he knocked that one in, but he's got a double out of it. Two good balls.
Kevin's smiling. He's had a bit of luck at last. Now he's back in the game.
That's a definite lifeline, that, for Wainwright. Only 4 in the match now. 21 up. Wainwright 12. And Brian Duncan 16. Played a good ball. The crowd there know, they've come to accept now that Duncan will lick balls unless you stand them on top of the jack.
That's 14-inch, Kevin.
Certainly got to beat it. Might be on the top side. It's it full, he can get it out. Oh, unlucky. He shunted the ball into the jack. If he got a clean hit there, Duncan could have gone down the hill and possibly out, but no, it didn't happen. He's going to rub it in here. Going to rub it in with a brace, would you believe?
Duncan won.
No, it's just died. He certainly tried for one there, Duncan.
Kevin again, unable to count the end off his own lead. Needs a run with the jack to have any chance now. And certainly needs to get in here, otherwise the game will have drifted from him.
Crowd urging this ball on. They know it won't be a mile away, but for him, like, it's not such a great ball. But most of the people in this crowd today will be in the bowling fraternity, and they'd be glad of that one. Tell the relation. Oh, and unlucky again. Again, a bad rub there, Wainwright. Didn't get the break. Left Duncan on. Comes for another here and gets another. He'll be going for game next time. Keep running, and it's a chance unless he hits it again. He's won it. They're still looking. It may have broken the wrong way for him, would you believe? Duncan is not happy with it.
Thanks, please.
Well, it looks uneasy, the ball in yellow. Let's see, waiting for the measurement to come in. Oh, yes, now then it looks different. The red ball looks to be in with a squeak from that side, but... Hey?
It's obviously very close. Nobody seems to have indicated at all which wood's favourite.
Well, if Wainwright doesn't count the end here, he can consider himself diabolically unlucky. He's played into the end twice, connected twice.
Duncan.
Oh, isn't that unlucky for Wainwright? Don't know what he has to do, really, to get one in.
Well, the sun's just come out again, and it's certainly shining on Brian Duncan. Kevin Wainwright, very unlucky there. Brian, quite happy. Sending the jack into the far corner. Finger peg.
Coming.
He's still on, and it looks the other way around. Again, Duncan just getting the verdict. And he's played magnificently, Duncan, but even so, when there's been split decisions, they've invariably gone the other way. The opponent has usually suffered. He played another one now, and it's getting very close.
Kevin can just save himself if he's got to really dig out a good ball here. Looks nicely paced. It depends on his...
Over the top.
It's going across.
Oh, again, can't get a connection nowhere, this man. It was 18-12 before this end, and I think that's the overture for Duncan's fourth victory here at the Waterloo. He's now 20-12 in the lead and wants one for victory. What a tremendous victory that would be. Certainly doing the trip, might get in the bottom. Stops a length, it might win. It's still rolling. Well, that looks favourite, the ball on the top right of the jack. Duncan will be looking to go out with a flourish here, trying to play one that'll send the crowd home, remembering the last ball that gave him victory for the fourth time in the great Waterloo handicap.
Knocking you in. Knocking you in.
Oh, I don't believe it. Oh, the game has ended. Kevin Wainwright turned away there. He just can't believe what's happening to him. All the hits in the last 3 or 4 ends, not taking anything away from Duncan, who's been absolutely marvellous. The crowd on their feet now, and they're clapping because they've seen bold history made and a great champion still very much playing, and yet now goes in the record books with a record that I don't think will ever be bettered.
Brian Duncan signing the autographs, and no wonder. Tremendous performance from him. 21-12. He wins his 4th Waterloo handicap. An unprecedented run of success here at this green. Not perhaps the classic final that we wanted, but poor old Kevin Wainwright tried all he knew, didn't play badly. But Brian Duncan, the man who takes the match, takes the title, and £2,500. Well done to him. And Mike Leach, I think, that has had an air of inevitability about it right from the time we arrived first thing Monday morning.
Well, it certainly has. It's absolutely astonishing that he should win each game by the margin he has. I mean, he deserves luck. Obviously, he's giving everybody a start. He's had some luck in the final. Not so much his luck, Kevin's bad luck, really. But he's played so well.
And there he is signing the autographs. No wonder the superstar of Crown Green Bowls. And they're queuing up for him to sign. I wonder whether one or two of them had a few shillings on him early on and got odds like I heard were being offered earlier on in this tournament today. 20 to 1. Somebody picked up on him.
Yes, well, he was a good bet at that. He was still a good bet in the last 16 at 4 to 1, really, because he was playing so well, he was likely to win it then.
The remarkable thing about him is that he gives everybody a start. He's off scratch now next year because of this success.
Yeah.
But he's given everybody minimum of 4.
Yes, except pass winners and runners up.
That's right.
Yeah, and the question is really, not I suppose for us to be amazed that he's won it 4 times, but how many times will he win it? Because he's a few years bowling left in him.
I think he has. He's only 45, isn't he? He's
yeah.
a mere slip of a boy.
Well, it's not the old man's game that everybody says, you know. Probably the average age of the players today was in the early 30s, I would think.
That's right. But great performance from him, and where he digs the bowls out from. As you say, he rides his luck. He asks for a bit of luck, perhaps, and gets it. And having given people the start he does, well, he deserves a bit.
He does.
So a great champion, B.Duncan, and poor old K.Wainwright. You've got to have a bit of sympathy for him because he's gone from the joy to the despair. He was dancing on that green less than an hour ago, and now he's pitching the mat away and furious with himself. You've got to feel sympathy for him.
You have, and it's always difficult, really, to play the second semi-final. Because after having won that game, you go on in the final and you're going on probably within 10 or 15 minutes of having played your last game, whereas the first semi-finalist has that a bit longer to relax.
Well, B.Duncan had the time to relax, and he really made it pay, particularly in the 12th end. The scores at this stage, 10 all, and here it is.
Yes, it was very important at this stage because Kevin really had played well to hold Brian here, and Kevin was playing with a lot of fire and enthusiasm, and I really thought he had a chance.
Not a bad lead there either, to be fair.
No, and Brian plays one of his worst bowls, really.
Yes, he makes it look better than perhaps it was.
Yes,
unusual for him.
He went well out. The change of length, I think, had deceived him. Kevin comes up, plays another bowl about a yard off, and these are hard to beat. They're both balking him.
That's right.
Now Brian has a shade of fortune here because I'm sure he meant to pass them on the other side of this bowl. Just scrapes over the top side, but perfect length, and that's the point. Wins it with a length.
And again, Wainwright, B.Duncan tossing the mat in. He said thank you very much, and that was, as far as he was concerned, he was on the way to the title. So we're just about set for the presentation, I think, and let's see the men in the money picking up their cheques and picking up their trophies. We join Jack Lee, who has done such a marvellous job in getting this green ready. Jack Lee, the bowls manager of the Waterloo Hotel, to get the prize presentation underway.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Waterloo of 1989 has again lived up to its prestigious value. May I first of all thank everyone during these past 3 months that's helped me no end in programming this event to make it such an event as it is in the bowling calendar. Just 12 months ago on this very spot, I mentioned the fact that B.Duncan, I thought, had only lent the trophy for 12 months. How right can you be? What a king. He is back on the throne. I would like now to ask the Mayor of Blackpool, Mrs. Mary Barnes, to present a cheque for £750 to David Slater, the runner, the semi-finalist. To Robert Eaton, another cheque for £750. Commiserations, Robert. A cheque for £1,250 at runner-up trophy, The runner-up, K.Wainwright of Warrington. And now, ladies and gentlemen, present the 1989 Waterloo winner, Mr. Peter Greenall, the Managing Director of Greenall's Brewery, to the King, B.Duncan.
Well, there you are. That's what it's all been about for the past couple of months. This tournament isn't just about 3 days. When the glamour of television arrives on this scene, they have been bowling on this green for quite some time. Many, many matches, 2,040 bowlers, and B.Duncan hardly showing any emotion, was he? But still, a great victory for him, B.Duncan. Victory number 4 in the Waterloo, an unprecedented 4th win for B.Duncan. Absolutely fabulous. Great stuff, and he's on his way up to talk to us now, so we shall be talking to the great man in a moment. In the meantime, another great man, Mike Leach, doesn't show his emotions much, does he, O'Brien?
No, he's very quiet, unassuming, never goes on with overconfidence, obviously confident in his own ability, but as he said, determined to take each game as it came, not to presume too much, and he's a model really, and his form has been as good as I've ever seen him play, and I've seen him over a number of years now, but I think he's at his best.
Well, that's a football expression if ever I heard one. He takes every game as it comes, but that's exactly what he does, doesn't he? He doesn't take anything for granted. He pegs away, keeps plugging, and eventually gets his reward. And he is with us right now, and there he is with the trophy. He doesn't look it, I know, but he is a very happy man.
I'm delighted, actually. I mean, to get to a final 4 times and win 4 times is a bonus, really. I mean, what it feels like losing must be heartbreaking, but I'm absolutely delighted with it.
Do you have a little sympathy for K.Wainwright, because he was up there as happy as Larry 1 minute, and less than an hour later he's in the depth of despair because you've done it?
Well, I think you've got to have sympathy, really, because, I mean, to get to a final of the Waterloo, I mean, to get to the last 8 really is an achievement, and when you get to the final, I think you've just got to try and grab it with both hands, and obviously he must be terribly disappointed, because it's an achievement, really, you know, it's probably everybody's ambition to win the Waterloo.
There's an old saying, you make your own luck, but you had a little rub here and there in that final.
Well, I think you tend to find in bowls that if you're playing well and that, you tend to get the rubs. If you're struggling, you seem to go through the gaps and get the wrong hits and wrong connections, and I think 1 or 2 ends Kevin has just been a bit unlucky, really, and I've just had the rubs.
I said to Mike Leach just before you joined us that your victory really had an air of inevitability about it from the moment we arrived on Monday morning. Have you felt that? Have you felt it was inevitable you were going to win it?
Well, I probably played more relaxed than the most of the players, really, because I didn't really dream that I could win it off 1. I thought, well, somebody's going to play a really good game and I'm going to struggle and they're going to beat me, but so probably I've been more relaxed than I've been before.
Well, next year you've got to win it off scratch. We're talking about your good fortune. It was evident in the last end, which is coming up here now. Maybe you can talk us through it. There you are.
Well, my first time I think my lead was a yard short, and I didn't know how far Kevin's off. I knew he won it like, and his first ball's just about a yard short. We're just coming back to the jack, really, which did you fall against the bias. Another yard and it would reach the jack. Kevin's balls was actually showing probably half a bias stronger than me, so obviously he did play it lower than mine and it just pegged up. But I think it was about a yard at the back of the jack and he'd have won it. And all my intention was just try to play a length like and lie in, and halfway across I think the crowd more or less condemned the ball that it was short. So I realised then that it wasn't far enough.
You're chasing after it, trying to give it a few
Yeah,
extra
I thought
rolls.
I thought he might just get in really, but when I got there I could see that Kevin's ball was only a yard behind the jack, and well, Kevin's in a position now really like 12-20 down. I think he's got to go try and get 2-2 really, because he's so far behind. And with the peg, like, he's played it lower than mine, but with him being a bit keener than me, he's pegged up and he's just in mine full and knocked it in.
Pushed you in.
That's a bonus.
And the golden trophy is in your hands now because of that. Well, let's have a look at your remarkable record here at the Waterloo. There it is, 1979, 1986, 87 and 89. You really are becoming the Steve Davis of bowls, but having said that, as made the point earlier, Davis doesn't have to come off a handicap, does he?
Like I said before, I wish I was 30 bob behind Steve Davis. I
don't think he'd be long and he'd be there, won't he? 30 bob behind him. Playing like that anyway.
Yeah, he would be.
I think, am I right in saying that this fellow's in the same half of the draw as the competition you're in tomorrow?
Oh, I dread to think it. Yes, he is.
he's got to beat my mate first. That's a hard game.
Yes, I've a few. I'm not expecting to have to play Brian, to be absolutely honest.
Oh, modesty, modesty. I'll tell your opponent now, if he's watching in, you were out on that green till midnight last night practicing.
Well, not exactly midnight, but I was playing on this corner, trying to work out if the mark's gone easier, because I've been watching Duncan on it and he's been planting them all around the jack, and I thought the mark must have gone easier than when I last played it, but it hasn't.
Great champion, isn't he?
Oh,
no,
yes.
we don't want to make him blush, but he is.
Oh, he's a magnificent bowler. It's been a tremendous performance.
So there it is. Well done, Brian. Congratulations. Win number 4, back for number 5 next year, we hope, eh?
Well, hopefully, yeah. I mean, I'll be joining and hopefully I'll just get a good run in it.
Well, you've had a good run this year. You've given us some marvellous entertainment from Monday. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Great stuff. So there we are, the 1989 Waterloo over and done with for another year. Brian Duncan will be back next year to defend. He's off scratch next year. Hope for the rest then. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We've got a great champion. It's been a great tournament. From all of us, goodbye.